Okay, everyone. Thank you for joining. I'll need you to let me know if you can hear me. Thank you for joining. Oh, let's turn that down. Hi, Hope. Hey, Javaria. Hey, W. I'm really grateful you guys are here. Welcome. Hey, Hope Archer. There's 2 Hopes here tonight. Well, isn't that special? I feel like there's a message in that there are 2 Hopes here tonight. No accidents, right? No accidents. Let's see. Hey, Alejandra. Brigitte, so glad you're here. Juliana, welcome. Carissa, Altoda Flowers, Harmonious, yay. Nancy Sanchez, hi, everybody. There is hope for us. I like how you put the LOL. There is indeed hope for us. So I'm just queuing up the guidance that came through from the Lightworker Oracle deck as people arrive in the room, because there were definitely some specific messages that came through as I was preparing for our time together, and I want to make sure to deliver those. Because there's just getting tuned into the energies, and just a lot of experiences that we're all collectively having as we shift, as we change. Hey, everybody, welcome. Welcome. Just giving everyone a chance to arrive in the room before we begin here. Lots of big energy over the last few days, huh? Can you guys feel it? As we walk into this new moon, a lot of the energy has shifted into Virgo energy. There's definitely an energy of time to go, time to make things work, time to move here now. All right. Okay. Let me get these set up. And then we'll go ahead and get started. Lots of shifting, guided intuition. You feel it? Hey, Mia, Golden Heart. Yep, feeling it. Totally crazy. Yeah. Gemini Princess, exhausted. Hey, Blue Ray. So glad you're here. Bex, I'm happy you're here too. Thank you. 24 Leo love. So much love. Thank you for being here. Jennifer Derek feels it. Yeah, it's nuts right now. Oh, yeah. You guys are right. Energies are intense. So when I asked, let me go ahead and share screen now. When I asked what is the guidance for the Twin Flame Collective this evening, there were actually 3 cards that came out tonight. Normally, only 2 will come out, kind of representing the polarities and the energies. But today it was 3. And I'll show you guys the first one because it seems pretty significant given the shifting in the energy. Let me go ahead and share my screen. All right, so you guys should be able to see this first card here. This one should be familiar to everybody. Dark Night of the Soul, card number 16. Hey, Bree. It was so nice to get to see you twice today, Lady Love. Fantastic. All right. Dark Night of the Soul. Anybody remember this? Anyone having a mini right now? Card number 16, which adds up to the number of 7. For those of you for whom sevens are significant, pay close attention here, because this was the first card that popped out. But then what happened after this card, the two that came out after this, is just extremely beautiful. So here's how it reads. You are ready for a more real and radiant relationship with the divine. Your preconceived ideas and safe, limiting beliefs may be sacrificed in order for this to happen. She put it so nicely there, but I'll tell you, when my safe, limiting beliefs and ideas get sacrificed, it actually feels things like betrayal. It feels like shock. It feels like trauma. It feels like surprise. Didn't see that one coming. So I'll continue to read on. To the divine, these ideas and beliefs are only the clothing of your spirit. They are impediments to the absolute intimacy the divine seeks with you. You might feel vulnerable or uncertain as the divine goes about stripping away these barriers. This is when you enter the dark night of the soul. You understand there is nothing to rely upon but the divine. Yep, been there, and you will find it difficult to trust at times. This night will end, however, and the sweetness of the divine dawning in your heart shall render all worthwhile. But for now, you are meant to feel exactly as you feel. You're not doing something wrong. You are moving closer to the divine. Well, that certainly resonates for me. Resonance there for me. So the invocation here reads, the dark night of the soul is love calling me into light, calling me to let go of fear, to release my every doubt and say instead, I know that love is more real, more powerful than anything else, always. So I accept love's power and grace, and I invite the healing presence of unconditional divine love into my heart now. Bring me the peace and spiritual blessing that I need to be freed from darkness and opened to the sweet light of love's truth. May all beings caught in darkness be assisted by unconditional love to see, feel, and know that the path of love is theirs forever. Through my own free will, so be it. Whew, resonance. All right. So let me just kind of check in with my guides. I've called them in already. We've had our pre-live powwow. I want to see if there's anything they want to add about why this card and why the next two cards that come forward. One moment. So they're sharing that the first dark night of the soul that you've had, that we've all had, is the awakening, and that one is typically the hardest one. It's the one where, in order for the divine to get closer to us, they're saying, things that we thought we could trust, things that we thought we could believe in, things that we thought were steady and a guarantee and a straight shot, had to be removed and stripped away. For some of you, they're saying this happened in childhood, with childhood trauma and betrayal at the hands of parents and people you trusted. For others of you, they're saying, when you met your twin, the experience of love was so profound and so deep. They're reminding me that the experience of meeting a twin is very similar to the experience of standing in the presence of God's divine love for you. And once you've sought that love in the way that you seek it with your twin, the removal of that person, the separation cycles that twins go through, catalyze a dark night of the soul that forces us to seek out the divine, reclaim our own divinity, and meet the God within us and seek the God outside of us. Okay. All right, guys. You have more to say on that? It's this seeking that allows us to know and to see that source love and divine love is one of the only true loves. Well, the only true love is what they actually said. And it's in coming to know this type of unconditional love that we are restored to who and how we were made to be. And that it's in the separation of the first awakening with your twin. And through that process, that love comes to rest within our souls. So there's something they channeled for me a while ago. He gave it to me and I wrote it down, and now they're prompting me to read it to you. So I'll just dig that out. And it's specifically about the nature of separation. I knew they wanted to address this at some point, but I guess they just thought they would bring it out now. So, where is it? You wanted to talk about separation. Right. So, this is a follow up to what they shared about ending runner chaser cycles. If you haven't seen that video on the channel, it's in the Twin Flame playlist. And what they shared is this: they said, unconditional love currently at this time, space, location for most humans on planet Earth actually flourishes in separation. That is when one most loves regardless. And they put loves regardless in quotes. They said, in connected states, this is where we see conditional love begin to flourish. The withholding of love when another doesn't choose in alignment with one's desires, the punishing, the retribution, the retaliation, and the patterns designed to control. These patterns allow fear to flourish and they give it a mantle. It is dismantled by the loving without regard and without condition. And so the images they kind of flashed were like, in the separations that people go through, they just showed me situation after situation, things like betrayal, cheating, lying about money, lying about children, lying about family, needing to move away because of work, deaths that take people away because they need to go care for other people and situations, marriages, divorces, all these situations that would then create a separation between two twins. It's in that separation state that they're saying we learn to love regardless of the circumstance. They go on to say the practiced embodiment of that experience on planet Earth right now comes mostly from love and separation. Twins who are in union still have fears. They are still interested in commitment. However, amongst most, you will find a love that doesn't dictate how the other must live in order to stay connected. As such, staying connected to this kind of love is all that is desired. The fears are not made the responsibility of the other person. They are not permitted to dictate the behaviors to the point of superseding the giving of love. So, okay, why did you have me read that, guys? Cue me in. We opened with Dark Night of the Soul. That was the first card out. And then you had me read that. Bring it all together for us. we want you to know that it is in the experience of that separation where unconditional love is cultivated. In that place of darkness is where the light of love begins to grow. Okay, got it. Well, that makes sense because then the next two cards out and these two cards came together the exact opposite. So I don't know if you can see this. I don't know how to get that thing off. Yeah. So the little card on the left is card number 26, Key of Light. And then the card on the right is card number 40, Orbs of Light. And so we had a 7 card and now we've got an 8 and a 4 card. So if that's significant to you, take note of the numbers. Let me quickly read the opening for 26 and 40 for us. And then we'll move into you guys' questions. So get your questions ready, kids. I hope they have answers for us. Card number 26. Archangel Michael loves you unconditionally and serves your soul journey. He brings you a spiritual gift now, the key of light. This key allows you to open any door, clear away any obstruction, and free yourself from any prison or enslavement, physical, emotional, or psychological. There is no need for you to feel trapped or locked out of a situation you want to get into. You now hold within your hands a divine key that will assist you in many ways. The invocation reads, I call upon Archangel Michael and the key of light. I give thanks for the divine gift of liberation from any restraining circumstance. I give thanks for the opportunity to completely close any door I choose and open any door I choose. I am grateful for the loving encouragement of the universe, reminding me that I will be successful in fulfilling my divine life purpose. May I be assisted by unconditional love to use my power of freedom with wisdom. Whew. May all beings be blessed by the grace of the divine so that the past ceases to hold them in pain and new opportunities of love can be accepted. May humanity open the door to light and love within through my own free will and the unconditionally loving guides that serve human evolution. So be it. Well, yeah, I guess that makes sense. Moving out of the dark night of the soul and being handed the key of light by Archangel Michael, and that key being the key that opens any door. Let's just see if they want to say anything. Okay, so they're just reminding me to remind you and all of us that a big piece of the twin flame journey for the twin flames to understand that being a twin is also being a light worker. They're reminding me that a big piece of the journey is stepping into our divinity and really understanding ourselves, from whatever religious tradition you come from, understanding ourselves to be made in the image of the Creator. And as such, having those creation and manifestation capabilities, and that's a big piece of being divine and owning our divinity. And part of the twin flame journey, we have amplified manifestation capacities as reflections of the divine is what they're reminding me here. Okay. And they're telling me to move along. Card number 40. All right. I'm moving along, guys. The card number 40, Orbs of Light. Just out of curiosity, I don't see orbs, but I hear people see the orbs. What can somebody drop here in the comments? What do you see orbs? When you see them, what does it mean to you? I'm really, really curious. Okay. And thank you, Gemini Princess and Blu-ray. You guys are being awesome moderators. Divine Love. Oh, Maria, I love you, honey. It was great to start my morning with you. Okay. Orbs of light. This is what it reads. The spiritual worlds are delivering a message to you. You may have already heard it through telepathic reception and mistaken it for your own thought. Yet it is inspired by your higher guidance, those spiritual beings that love you without condition. It is an answer to a question and guidance to increase your happiness. Well, geez, thanks, guys. That's nice to get after the dark night of the soul. I call upon the unconditionally loving orbs of light. Please bring me information, healing, energy, and joy as I open my heart to the loving presence of the higher spiritual worlds here and now. I ask to see, feel, and know the loving intelligence of the orbs of light in ways that are relaxing, encouraging, joyful, and kind. I ask for the orbs of light to bring peace and blessings to this space, to consecrate it as sacred, and to protect it so that only energies of light, love, and higher consciousness may enter. Apparently, they thought my original prayers were insufficient. They're like, just read this, you'll be fine. May the unconditionally loving orbs of light bless all those who can benefit from their presence through divine love and my own free will. So be it. That's awesome. They were like, yeah, just read this, girl. Read this for protection. You'll be fine. Amazing. All right, cool. So Tahani says, yeah, they're like my spirit guides. Jessica sees orbs. They're her guides. Leon, like number 18, likes more likes. Yes, thank you. Please give the video a like if you're so called. I would appreciate that, guys. It helps it get it circulated. W says, I've heard of the orbs, but I've not seen them. I believe they are spirit bringing in positive energy. Scorpio Phoenix. My question is about the twin flame pheromone and all the non-twins approaching the single twins. Oh, like pheromones? Like okay, I think I know what you mean when you say pheromones. I see orbs in the corner of my eyes. I see also sparkles of light. Yep. Had an orb heal your knee. Dang, Nancy, that's amazing. All right, cool. Well, that's the combo of cards they've presented for tonight. Dark Night of the Soul and the Key of Light and the Orbs of Light. What the only guidance, the further guidance they're giving on these three cards is after darkness always comes light. And you have light within you, and you can call upon light outside of you. You all are blessed, and it is your birthright to be able to call upon the light. Let's begin, they said. All right, cool. Well, guess we're beginning. Thank you, each of you, for being here, and thank you for chatting with us as we go through that opening. If you've already pasted a question and I missed it, I'll scroll back some, but not a lot. I want to keep current in the chat. So feel free. If you have a question before Scorpio Phoenix's consciousness question at 7:25, 4:25, 11:25, depending upon where you are in the world. If you have a question before that, paste it again because I'm going to start there. All right, Scorpio Phoenix consciousness. My question is about the twin flame, I think she means pheromone, and all the non-twins approaching the single twins. Okay, I think I have an understanding of that, but let's just see what they want to share about it. Okay, okay. Once you've experienced the specific twin flame dark night of the soul that we opened the conversation with this evening, you've been cracked open to the divine in a way that allows you to carry more source energy, more God energy inside of you. Your vibration and your frequency after having met your twin is completely different than the way it was before. Therefore, you attract at a different resonance, vibration, and frequency members of the group that you're attracted to. That being said, it's a gift to vibrate at that frequency. The way you've stepped into unconditional love actually calls people forward and attracts them to you for healing. Like guitar, like if you were to pluck a single string on a guitar and then the rest of the strings would start to vibrate and resonate, so it is with you. You've been plucked and you're now vibrating at the frequency of unconditional love. Non-twins feel that and see that, and they are attracted to that light. It is as if they would like to get their frequency to match that vibration. This is not unusual that they're saying, but understanding that you wield this power and hold this light comes with a responsibility to honor the truth of your intentions and the truth of your desires. Because what happens with the twin flame frequency after you've met your twin is it's like it puts you back together in single force alignment. Your mind, your heart, your body, your energy, all are moving in a singular direction with this desire to be in this connection with this person. And so all that is asked of you is that you continue to honor your inner truth and your interaction with non-twins, because they do not understand why they are drawn to you. And they're still operating in three-dimensional world standards for dating, love, and relationships, which you as twins are here to change. Okay, got it. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. Is there anything else on this? Next question, they said. Okay, so there's that Scorpio Phoenix. Thank you very much for a great question. Mia Jackson says, how do I know I'm close to my twin when there is no communication and he is in a situation, but I know he is my twin? Okay, how do I know when I'm close? How do people know when they're close to their twin? Okay. They're showing me that this is a matter of allowing yourself to feel all of your feelings all the time. To drop anything that blocks you from the truth of your feelings at any point in time. Blocks in the emotional world are blocks in the spiritual world. And if you, how are you guys saying this? If you're blocked emotionally in one place, you'll be blocked emotionally in another. So this is simply a matter of feeling all of your feelings all the way through. For many in the Twin Flame Collective, they're saying there's significant unprocessed grief, significant unprocessed loss. Much of this is due to the misunderstanding that of what separation is and what union is. But once you've met your twin, they've said there is a union energy field, a singular energy field between the two of you at all times. That's mean, guys. Okay. They're saying you can call forward, Mia, your divine creatorship abilities. And they're saying you can ask to turn off the connection so you can understand its absence. And then you can ask to have it turned back on so that you can understand what it's like when he's there. They're telling me to tell you what that was like when I did it. So there was a period of time when during my twin and I separation where we were no contact, no communication, no nothing. And the grief was just so profound for me that I had just, I remember laying out on an acupuncture table because I had gotten sick. And I needed some healing, and I was laying on the acupuncture table, and I remember they had stuck the needles in. They left the room, and I was bawling with needles in my face. It was really an unsexy moment. Not even unsexy. It was just like, are you kidding me? Now we're going to ball up my face with needles in it. And I remember begging. I said, please, please give me a break. Please allow me to have a break from the heaviness of this. Please allow me to have a break from this grief. And sure enough, after that appointment, I did, but I couldn't feel him anymore. And then I freaked out. I panicked because I thought, oh no, it's over. It's over. It's over. And I missed it. And then within the next few days, the connection came back. So you can play with that with your creator abilities. When you need a break, you can request that you receive that break and command that break in your space. But in your case, Mia, I guess, in general, they're saying for anyone who doesn't feel their twin, ask for a break and then ask for a reconnection. And they're saying, you'll know. All right. Is there anything else? No, there's nothing else on that. Okay. All right. Benita's paranoid about the orbs. Yeah, I don't really see orbs. I'm more clairaudient than clairvoyant. Javaria asks, does letting go, completely detaching, or releasing codependency by one twin in the 3D push the union away? Or does this just mean now our twin is feeling the dark night or intense energies? Very good question, Javaria. So it's like if you let go, does this mean that all of the heaviness go back to them? All right. And they now have to process that. Oh, that's a good question. Let's see what they have to say about this. So they're sharing, Javaria, that both twins are always processing the connection in different ways. While it may look on the outside that there is no processing of the connection, that doesn't mean that there's nothing happening on the astral plane or on the energetic plane while that twin sleeps. And it presumes that some of the other twins' coping mechanisms, they're specifically saying things like alcohol or escape behaviors. It doesn't mean that those escape behaviors haven't amplified without the first twin knowing. They are showing that while it is true, the two twins are like a pair of legs one leg moves forward while the other is stationary. Then the other leg moves forward while the second is stationary. You don't have both legs in movement at the same time. In order for stability to occur, one piece has to be anchored while the other piece moves. That doesn't mean that muscles aren't working in the still leg. So, what does that mean in terms of letting go? What happens when people let go? Yes, to some degree, that's the equivalent of a leg being stationary, but they haven't truly let go, and the other person never truly stopped working. As a singular unit, a singular entity, both twins are always working all the time. It just doesn't always look like that in the 3D world. Okay. Is there more to this? They're saying no, there's not. Next question. But if you guys are hearing any of this and you're like, but wait, what about? Then feel free to come in with a follow-up question. Welcome everyone that's joining. I'm so glad that you guys are all here. Okay. Hope says, what lessons still need to be learned and or let go of? Well, they're breaking this down in a complex way. They're saying this is really dependent on the stage or like the place of growth that each twin flame is set. They're also saying that you can count on that if one twin needs to learn a lesson, the other twin needs to learn some aspects of that lesson too. Guys, really? And I need you to pick another example. Okay, that's fine. I can share that one. All right, so the example that they're pointing out for me to share, Hope, is something like this, where in connection, two twins or twins may have like the experience of one twin not choosing the connection while the other twin does choose the connection. And so it may appear on the surface that there's no mirroring there. But what's happening, if you look deeper, there's a place in the twin that is choosing the connection that is definitely mirroring the twin that's not. And there may be some other form of their passion, their joy, their love that they are abandoning and not choosing. And so the twin that's not choosing the connection is just mirroring that back. And it may have nothing to do with the twin connection at all. It has more to do with their relationship to self, their dreams, their goals, their ambitions, what they feel like their mission and purpose is internally. And that's just one example of multiple stages and phases that twins go through. They're saying to me to think about it less as a what needs to be let go of and released, and to think about it more as how is my twin showing me where I need to grow? And by asking that question, they're saying no matter what stage or phase you're in, you'll be able to find the answer to what your personal next step is. Okay. W asks, is there anything else on that, guys? They're saying that there's more on the stages, but they'll come to that later. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Hope. Great question. W says, where are the DM collective on this twin flame journey? Where is the Divine Masculine collective on this twin flame journey? They're specifically pointing to that this has been a year and a half They're showing me almost like a bubble, like an encapsulated period of time where many twins who were unawakened to the fact that they had this kind of connection are now waking up to it. They may not know what to call it, but they're saying that they're awake to the fact that this connection with this person and the way it makes them feel inside is very, very different. Hang on, let me see what else they have to say about this W. They're saying that this awakening has taken much time, has more time that it's going to take, and that the inner architecture is changing in such a way that the outer architecture, not extra, but it's like they're saying like the bones inside have changed in such a way that it can't help but change the configuration of the body on the outside. This while the change can't be quantified or measured on the outside, they're saying that now is the time to trust that the change is happening on the inside. And it's not just for divine masculines, they're also saying that this is true for divine feminines as well. Okay, so what's the difference then? The difference is that the divine feminine's awareness, or the awake twins' awareness of what this is, like the awake twin is meant to be changing their outer world at this moment, changing their relationships, their home life, their work, their health stuff, how they get healthcare, how they take care of their health. They're meant to be changing all of that in the outer world to reflect the difference that unconditional love has made in their soul. It's in doing that that the awake twin, she shifts her world. They're showing me like an MC Escher picture, like the whole framework of the awake twins world is Rubik's cubing. The world shifts in such a way that then allows the awakening twin to have a soft place to land as they awaken. But both twins are working. One is working internal, one is meant to be working external. Anything else to say about that, guys? No, that's all. Okay, thank you. Great question, W. You're so welcome, Marie. I'm so grateful I can do this. Oh, Sharon, that's cool. You can see orbs too. Yes, please give the video a like, a thumbs up. That's so helpful. Purple Divine Feminine, is there a possibility one will not come into union in this lifetime? Yes, that is quite possible, they've said. Part of being those direct reflections of source has to do with having an even greater amount of creative free will than non-twins and non-light workers. Okay, where do you guys want to take it from here? Because I see you have a lot to say. We see that the concept of union in the three-dimensional world is meant to be a romantic partnership where two parties live together and raise a family. But there are many, many, many other ways in which union can exist between twins. Those among you who are living what are considered non-traditional, fringe, and edge lifestyles are leading the way. Some of you have figured out how to maintain your marriage while also maintaining a romantic connection with your twin that is in full integrity with all parties' desires. And there are others among you who have chosen that what's right for them is a degree of celibacy and monkhood. Nunhood? What are you saying? A degree of abstaining from romantic connection as a way of deeper soul purification. And yet, and still, there are others among you who have found deep satisfaction in creating physical world work with your twin while leaving the romantic connection off the table altogether. The concept of union, they're saying, is one. There are many, okay, how are you wanting me to say this? There are many twins who are awakening to the idea that it is for them to redefine relationships instead of letting the images they were raised with define their twin connection. To put it more bluntly, they're saying, if all of you are expecting to have a marriage partnership and romantic connection with your twin, given the high level of free will given unto twins as creator beings, that may not be possible. However, this is a complex one, okay? However, even in that separation of not being in a romantic, committed partnership, yet and still twins are fulfilling their soul mission, yet and still love exists for the twins who are not in that partnership, yet and still there are twins who have learned how to create happy and fulfilling lives. And where are these twins at? I'd like to meet them. Where are they? Oh, really? All right. Now they're showing me some people I know who apparently are doing this, and I didn't realize they were twin flames, but okay. There will be more on this to come, but this is a very good question. For now, what they're asking of all of us is to expand our minds, because from the time you met your twin, union was upon the two of you as a singular energetic field. Anything else? That is it for now. Okay, gotcha. Ooh, yeah, guided intuition. My heart center's vibrating too. Okay. Choose love. Why are we, or where are we in regards to the waves coming into union? Have the first waves united? The world needs some divine intervention soon. I'm saying, choose love. We do need an intervention. Thank you, Cameron. Okay, let's see. And thank you to the guides presiding tonight. We are so grateful that you guys are here. Thank you for being willing to speak and illuminate us on the twin flame journey and experience that we may have our hearts open to unconditional love and continue forward with this journey despite its challenges. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Where are we in regards to waves coming to union? Okay, so they're saying we would refer you back to what was just said about the reconfiguration and re-understanding of the word union. We would also say that the more twins step into ease, that's not exactly what they said, but let me find the right words here. How do you want me to say that? Because I can't say it like that. Okay. The more twins drop the burden of separation, drop the expectation that it could be different than how it is, drop the suffering associated with unconditional love. For unconditional love does not suffer, it simply loves regardless. The more twins drop those things, the higher the vibration gets among the twin flame collective. They're showing me like a cohesive field of light. Like, I don't know if you've ever seen those pictures of a city from afar, and how over the city there's this kind of orb of light that it's like they call it light pollution, where there's so much light that you can't see the stars, because the light is so bright from a condensed city. And what they're showing me is that the more twins drop the burden of suffering, drop the expectation that things could somehow be different, drop the heaviness associated with unconditional love, the more this drops and falls away, the more the cohesive light field among twin flames creates the intervention that she is asking for. But the longer they carry the suffering, it's the equivalent of putting a towel over that light. The light's still there, the light's still burning, but no one can see it. Y'all are okay, all right, okay, all right. I got it. But okay, is there more you want to say about this? That is all for now. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Choose Love. That was a great question. The essence of breath as lodestar of paradigm. What's the most realistic approach to soul progression during the ascension? Continuing to search and thirst for knowledge that feeds spiritual progression, or turning in and just being? Great question, essence of breath. What do you guys think? Wow, okay. I don't even know what that was, guys. How am I supposed to find that now? All right. Um all right. Yeah, I don't know that I'm going to find that, guys, but maybe I'll post it after we're done here. So what do you want me to say instead? basically what they're saying, Essence of Breath, is that love doesn't do, it just is. They're saying that love doesn't hustle or hurry. Hustle's my word, but they're saying love, they're showing me like sweeping and cleaning and like all this doing and this busy work. They're showing me that if work, what they're saying is that if work must be done, do the work required to reconfigure your own life to unconditional love. Look at what you're doing for work, at who you live with, at the city you live in, at the way you engage your family. At the way you take care of your health. In all of you, there are dreams that were placed there by Source. And it is the pursuit of those dreams and the fulfillment of those dreams that you give unconditional love to yourself. And this is the work of ascension. If work there must be. Okay. Is there anything else you want to say about that? That's all at this time. Okay. Thank you, Essence of Breath. That was a wonderful question. Bex, your question's next. What happens if one twin steps up, but the other doesn't and may not even realize they are a twin? Okay, I have a thought, but what do you guys say? It is as two legs walking. Just because one doesn't know the words or have the consciousness of the scope of what's happening, that doesn't mean that they are not changed. Work is still happening on the energetic, on the astral when they sleep. Their world is reconfiguring to match the vibration of the connection, because as the two become one after having met one another, a single energy field is formed. That singular energy field transforms both lives, sometimes consciously, other times unconsciously. The consciousness that this is a twin flame is not required for the change to take place. Is there more on this? It is important to understand, they're saying, it is important to understand that no one of you is always doing all the work. The perpetuation of this belief continues to put the towel over the light. This is to re-engage unconditional love as suffering. By choosing to believe that all things are working to your good, even that which you cannot see, you allow the divine to step in and work with you. It is the equivalent of, instead of putting one foot on the gas, one foot on the brake, taking the foot off the brake so that things can move. We would ask those of you who consider yourself to be doing all of the work to forgive yourself, to forgive God, to forgive your twin, to forgive your life circumstances. It was never meant to be this way on earth. And while we understand that things have evolved the way they have, it is at this time we would like to restore your power to you by asking that you swap the burden for faith. You do not have to carry so much. You don't have to heal so much because you're not broken. You were never broken. You were never broken. We ask you now to remember your wholeness and to seek that which would reflect it back to you. We ask you now to remember your power and to search the examples in your life where you can see its impact. Above all things, forgive. Because love does not suffer. Is there anything else on this? Just remember who you are. Wow. Okay. That was a big one. Thank you for such a powerful question. Okay. I'm glad this is resonating, Tahani. Purple Divine. I don't know why I've come over such emotions and I'm in tears. Yeah, okay. Well, that makes two of us. Benita says, I'll ask for confirmation, something that is a thing, something very us, even if it's just a pair of something. When you're truly open, you'll receive it. Really, I agree. Mia Anderson says, how do you know as a twin when it's time to operate in unconditional love and when it's time to set boundaries but still remain open to the union? Great question, Mia. Okay. Talk to us about boundaries and unconditional love. What do you? Okay, they're saying get some water. Hang on a second, fam. I was not drinking the water because it was across the room, but one moment. I will get the water and then I will drink the water. Thank you guys for being here. I really appreciate that. This might be stuff that resonates for you. I want to just pause. Human K wants to pause and wants to say that to your own intuition be true. Of this conversation, take what resonates for you and gives you validation and confirmation for your journey. If there are things that just don't feel true for you, then they're not. And there's nothing over here within me or anywhere else saying that they have to be. Please honor your own intuition and your own divine knowing as you take in these messages this evening. Okay. Water. All right. Will do, guys. Every other question, water. Got it. Mia, how do you know as a twin it's time to operate unconditional love and when it's time to set boundaries and still remain open to the union? This is a question that comes out of not having applied unconditional love to oneself via doing the work of loving yourself the way you love your twin and loving your life, the way you love them. What is necessary at any given moment becomes apparent. What is needed becomes expressed. And what is desired becomes chosen. What do you guys mean by the last part? What is desired becomes chosen. It is our belief from watching humans that many times what you desire is not what you choose. For many reasons, we have seen you choose in opposition to your desire or tangential to your desire, but not in truth of your desire. The act of consistently choosing in alignment with your desire, otherwise known as operating in truth. The act of operating in truth is the act of operating in unconditional love. By honoring the truth of where you're at with your twin and with yourself, but first and foremost with yourself, by honoring that truth with yourself, acknowledging what's true for you, you then have the power and the right to say it to them. The truth once expressed can't be denied or unknown. It is like a light that can't be put out. And it is in the expression of that truth that right action and right steps come forward on both sides. Out of that, the idea of boundaries becomes obsolete. Do you have an example you want to share? They're asking me, do I have an example I want to share? I'm like, no, guys, I don't want to share any examples. But hang on, let me just powwow 1 second. When twins learn to speak the vulnerable truth, first to themselves and then to their twin, in the heart of unconditional love, all things are put in right order. And it's not that you need to choose an action out of unconditional love or an action out of boundaries. It is that self-love generates truth. Being in the sphere of unconditional love creates right action. And this is what creates the balance between twins. Okay, is there anything else to say about that? That is all for now. Okay. Anna Forrest, I feel the energy between us gets more intense as time passes. Yes, it is beautiful. Tahani, does that heaviness go away once you come into union, or does union open up a whole new can of worms? I think I know what they'll say, but we'll see. Heaviness goes as humans drop the belief that unconditional love is a burden. Unconditional love is freedom. It is very difficult to integrate. But once you know it, you can never unknow it. And they're saying, remind you to go back and listen to the beginning, because some of the ideas about union they've already addressed. All right. Nancy's called to contact her twin due to family issues, although her ego says no. Any thoughts? Yeah. Okay. So here's this whole thing about contact, right, guys? So people, they feel drawn to reach out for various reasons. They're like, I'm not talking to you. They said, say this and only this to Nancy. What would unconditional love do? Moving on. Marie's talking about letting go of the twins. Mia Jackson. Wow. Okay. Thank you for sharing your story. I feel him all the time. And when I don't, I freak out. Yeah, I freak out too. Let's see. Jennifer Derrick, I see what you wrote here. Honor your own intuition, lovely. That is the cause of all of my health issues. He's that vampiric, doing no work in 3D. I see that. Okay. What is that about the connection that can cause health issues to manifest, guys? What's the story there? It is twofold. There is a dynamism that occurs once you meet your twin, as there is momentum, as unconditional love reconfigures your life and who you are. But once that happens, a purging begins, and all of your cellular and all of your tissues and all of the cells in your auric field start the process of a releasing of toxins. Once those toxins come up so that they can come out, is that really what it is, though, or is it something else? They're like, okay, say what we said. So I'm just going to say what they said. They're saying what happens is if you start trying to hold on to the life as you knew it, hold on to your twin as they were, hold on to yourself as you've been. It's the equivalent of trying to push a baby back into your own body. And that is one of the things that really causes a lot of health issues here among twins. Now, the second thing has to do with the rapid evolution process that starts with that dark night of the soul. But the third thing that they're showing me is that this is why, for so many people, it is better that they not know that they are twin flames. The construct twin flame among you has come to mean a have to be together, a have to be in each other's presence, a have to spend eternity together. What they are showing is that, okay, they're telling me to remind you of where I was with it. Okay. See if this makes any sense, Jennifer Derrick. What they're showing, they're pointing out a particular way that I tell this piece of my story, and what they're saying. What happened for me and my twin was, we were together for 2 years, off for 2 years. There was all this back and forth in both energy settings. The entire time, I had no idea this was my twin. No clue. And whisperings of twin flame had orbited me in the periphery of conversations I had been a part of, and I just kept ignoring it because it sounded toxic. I didn't want any parts of it. And I was like, that's not how I break up. That's not how I do love. That's not me, right? And so as a result, with my twin, I kept stepping away when it grew very unhealthy. I came back when it was called. And the same on my twin side, the what you need to do, whether this is a twin or a soulmate or a kindred or a popsicle. If it is not good for you, act in unconditional love. When it is good for you, act in unconditional love. Unconditional love does not ask of you more suffering. So when it's time to step away and honor that truth, honor your soul, honor the physical vehicle you've been given. But it's all three of those that cause the manifestation of the health issues. It's the trying to hold on, trying not to change, the resistance to evolution. And it's also all of the purging that comes out while also trying to resist the purging. And then it's simultaneously, there are some heavier patterns that twins incarnate to, what's the word, you guys? Sublimate, that's the one you want me to use. Sublimate and ascend. There are heavier patterns that twins incarnate to sublimate and ascend. As your twin is working through their heavier patterns, it is not always meant for you to be by their side. When it is appropriate, step away and love them by loving yourself. Okay, got it, Jennifer. All right, what's a sign or some type of symbolism to let us know or remind us that we do have a twin flame and are always connected? It's a great question, Bridget. I know what my answer is to that, but what do you guys say? What's a sign or symbolism to remind? Do you not see twins on TV? And when you walk down the street, do you not see two cars parked next to one another? Do you not see the numbers we throw in your face all the time? Do you not see pairs of butterflies flying together? Have you not seen a double rainbow? Do you not see two of a kind sitting together in the store? Do you not see two people with blue shirts at the same time? They're just, okay, now they're making fun of me. You guys cut it out. Pay attention to the doubles, they're saying. Pay attention to twos. And anything and everything that bears your twins' likeness or reminds you too of your story. Yeah, here's a little trick. Just, let me just let Kay step out of channeling for one moment. Here's a little something I did. When things got really heavy for me when we were in separation, I remember multiple times just, taking a moment and begging and pleading with them, you are shoving this person in my face. I need you to work double hard on that side with them because I get it. I'm here. I'm signed up for it. I choose it. I'm no longer running from it. I don't resist it. You don't need to keep putting this in my face because I'm ready. I know I had so much ego about the whole thing. You put me in his face is what I said. And sure enough, there were some stories that got told when we came back into communication that let me know we did what you asked of us. Okay. So, little sidebar there. Okay, cool. Let's see. Yeah. Also, Jennifer, Marie may have some really interesting guidance on that. And I know that Marie is probably going to go live later tonight or at some point before the long weekend is over. Definitely pop into Marie's room and ask that question of her as well. I find she's got really, really incredible guidance. Thank you guys so much for being so positive and so supportive. It's wonderful to have you guys here. Guided Intuition, Blu-ray, Gemini Princess, Marie. I'm just so grateful all of you guys are here. Thank you for being wonderful moderators. Okay, let's see. Star Child, is it possible to love a soulmate more than a twin? Great question. What do you guys say to that? Once you've been awakened to the love that you have for your twin, there is just love, is what they're saying. It's not that you would love one more or less. It's that love is love. For many of you, they're saying the experience of loving your twin will set you free to actually love more fully with everyone else that comes into your life. They're reminding me that you'll never love the same again after having loved your twin. You'll never treat love the same again. So is it possible to love a soulmate more? They're saying that there's just love. Okay. Let's see. Benita says, I can imagine that. My twin shows up in his anger and we don't communicate. Sometimes I sense and hear about it. Adriana Luna, it's been 10 months in separation. Instead of connecting in 5D as I was told would happen, I've only grown more disconnected now. There's no connecting in dreams or 5D. Is this normal for a twin flame? Let me just make that a more general question, Adriana, because they don't typically speak to people's personal journeys. What if you're not connecting in 5D with your twin during separation? Is that something people should be concerned about? No, it's not of concern, they're saying. Often, when twins are not connecting in 5D, it's because the transformational work is so deep that it would overwhelm their conscious mind. Some twins are during different stages of the journey, you'll connect in different ways. There are some twins whose earthly incarnation is heavy enough where connecting in 5D isn't necessarily something that will be conscious to them. There are other twins whose 5D connection is so strong that connecting in 3D is no longer required. But as you are both spirit and flesh, balance is what is key. Is there any more to say about that, guys? You'll know where you're out of balance. Because there will be no movement in that area. So spiritually, there'll be no movement, or in your earthly incarnation, there will be no movement. You can always create more movement in 5D by changing your things in your 3D world. You can also create more movement in your 3D world by changing things in your 5D world. Changing the way you connect to yourself interdimensionally is what they're showing me. To better connect with your twin in another dimension, you have to better connect with yourself in this dimension and in other dimensions. That's deep, guys. All right. Anything else? That is all for now. Okay. Thank you, Adriana Luna. Thank you so much, Guided Intuition. Peggy says, what is happening when you have repeated dreams and syncs for a long period of time that suddenly come to an end? You have finished out a particular phase of growth, and it's at the completion of that phase of growth that another one starts. Recall that the synchronicities began after an experience at the start of the current phase. Know that This new beginning will come with its own set of confirmations and messages in its own way. Okay, is there more to say about that? Oh, you want to say that? Okay. So for both the last question and this one, what they're saying it's time to share is that they're like, girl, don't try it. Just repeat after us. Okay, fine. As humans understand it, each dimension operates separate from one another, almost as if there are strong boundaries or clear walls between each dimension. What's actually true is that all dimensions sit together as one, and that as you ascend, instead of moving from one dimension to the other, the dimensions become collapsed, whole, integrated, one, unified. As such, your experiences in 3D and 5D are simply one experience. And thus you no longer need a separative experience of unity consciousness because you have stepped into a singular experience of unity consciousness. You'll know you're arriving into that place of singularized consciousness when you can see the amplification of your manifestation capabilities. It will be as if someone has turned on a light, or more accurately, it will be as if someone has switched on your creator state manifestation abilities. By recognizing when this is happening, you will come to understand how all dimensions sit together, or one dimension is what they said. And you are no longer a split being, but a singular being operating at a higher frequency. That's deep. All right. They're like, have some water. Okay, I will have some water. Okay. Okay, keep going, they said. All right. Purple Divine says, should the twin that is awakened be single in order for our unawakened twin to do the same, assuming both are in karmic relationships in this case? Should the twin that is awakened be single so the unawakened twin can do the same? Purple Divine, I don't think I really understand. Do you mean, should the twin that is awakened be single in order for the unawakened twin to get single, or for the unawakened twin to get awake? If you could just repost that question in a clearer way for me, I will come back to that. Okay, cool. Thank you so much, guided intuition. Okay. Alejandro, I'm glad it's resonating. I dreamt last night, Radiant passed me a note telling me the spirit had shown them about twin flame journey. Hence question. Gemini Princess says, how do you know when you are not meant to be in physical union in this lifetime? That's a very good question. How do you know when you're not meant to be in physical union in this lifetime? Oh, I really dislike that answer, but all right, guys, fine. This is a matter of trust and faith, they say. Um, why don't you break down trust and faith? Because the two things, I mean, it's like throwing spaghetti at the wall, especially for twins. Why don't you break that down? Trust is believing in the unseen, even though you can't see it, they say. Faith, oh, well, that's not something I've ever heard about faith before. Faith is the act of believing that a manifestation will come into fruition, or believing that something that you want is possible to come toward you or possible for you. They are the same, but they are different. Trust encompasses faith. But in answer to your question, if you can stay in the heart of unconditional love as often and as long as possible for yourself and in your own life, and continuously reorder your life to match and be a reflection of unconditional love, then you will be in the vibration where it's possible for both twins to choose coming together in this lifetime. While many of you feel unconditional love, your lives do not reflect unconditional love. The place we would have you start is unconditional love for yourself and for the sacred dreams placed in your heart. Is there anything else you would say about this? Seek yourself as you would seek your twin. Seek your dreams as a reflection of your creator abilities. These acts of unconditional love are what drops the burden of the love and makes it possible to also reconfigure your twin's field as well. For the two of you are one field. Okay, got it. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Okay. Cool. Say, honey, you talk to your guys like this too. That's awesome. Okay. All natural Rebecca. My question is about maintaining a twin friendship when one twin has a girlfriend. How do we know if that is a good idea or if we just need to stop communicating altogether? All natural Rebecca. Can twins be friends? Yeah. They're in a place of absolutely about that. They're adamant that that's a very highly evolved thing to do. In showing that self restraint, they say you demonstrate the self respect that marks you as one who carries unconditional love for yourself and for others. And this is what is meant by loving without conditions. It is the ability to love and to choose love and to choose to stay connected regardless of the circumstance. We understand that for some of you, this may not be healthy. Follow the guidance of your heart. And in so doing, you'll know the right thing to do. When you move into patterns of self-destruction and self-compromise, that is when it is healthy to step away and let go. If you can maintain a friendship while releasing all expectation that things could, should, or would be different, then you have prepared the way for love to flourish among all of you involved. And it is in so doing that evolution and transformation is possible. Do you have anything else to say about that? That is all at this time. Okay. Okay. Adriana says, how do we determine our life mission? Hey, Elizabeth Juarez, welcome. It's as simple as this, they say. Look for the desires and the dreams that God has placed in your heart. You were born with those dreams and those desires unique to you, that you might be special among God's creation. Follow those dreams one at a time. Then, okay, they're showing me that as you follow each one, it unlocks the next one. And it is in the unlocking and following that path that you are led toward the fulfillment and in the fulfillment of your mission, your life's purpose. Okay. Yes, being recorded. Let's see. Cool. All right. Rosemary, if twins have met only online but have had awakening and feel the connection, has the process you described begun remotely without the physical meeting? Oh, that's a good question. If they've only met online, well, damn. All right. Yeah. Okay. So they are really taking it there. Rosemary, yes, they say that that is the case because now the idea of each of you exists vibrationally in the field of the other. And so a singular field has started the process of knitting together, is what they're showing me. Like it's being sewn together as one. You exist in their field, they exist inside your field. They want to say some more stuff. Is this the right time to say that, guys? They're saying yes. Okay. So what they're showing me, and again, just use your own intuition here, but what they're saying to me is that the mind is more powerful than what humans understand and give it credit to be. It is through the mind that all things are made manifest. This is why it is so incredibly important to take great care with what it is you put inside your mind by sight and by sound. The things they're showing me, they're saying just repeat after us. Stop trying. Okay. How do you want me to say it, kids? How do I say it? The mind operates as an amplified projector or holographic screen. What goes in the mind gets amplified inside the collective. Therefore, once you have met online, especially the more real online experiences become in the 3D world, the faster the mind begins to amplify the person who is the twin on the other side. It is very important to take great care of the images and the sounds you expose your mind to. Because of how powerful your mind is, it amplifies much of the suffering in the 3D experience when you are unconscious. Thus, once you've met your twin, the process of being one has begun. While this process of meeting in the physical world may be slower for some, it is only such so that the twins have a balanced way of coming together. It is as you saw with your client. Okay, so I had a client, am I supposed to say that part? No, okay. Each set of twins will have soul contracted their way of connecting in this lifetime, in this timeline. Your way will not be another's way, but the way that you do it is the way that is right for you. Never think that you are doing it wrong. There are reasons for having connected online first. There are reasons for not being in each other's physical presence immediately. There are reasons for your path going the way it goes. Relax and trust that what's happening is going the way it should go. Is there anything else? No? Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, guys. These are wonderful questions. Very good questions. Third I am, what advice do the guides have to give us about twin flame unions that have once been beautiful and now turned toxic to the point it makes us physically, emotionally, and mentally ill sometimes? What do you guys have to say about that? Oh, these are moments of meant to be separation. In these moments, you will repel one another so that you can grow. The length of time apart will reflect the amount of growth needed and the time it takes. There is no schedule, only that you both were prepared to do growth separately. It is in these moments of separation that allows each to understand why it was needed in the first place. It is in these moments that each is given a reprieve from the intensity of the connection. Challenging interactions are the providence. Challenging interactions are the providence of not having grown into the connection fully. Growing into the connection takes both time together and time apart. Cherish your times apart as sacred, as it is in those times where you will see some of the most exponential growth. It is the equivalent of being in a classroom when you are together and then being out in the field and the quote unquote real world when you are apart. You must have both experiences to integrate the learning. If you were only ever in the classroom, you would not understand the application of your learning in the real world. Okay. Anything else on this? No, that is all. Okay. Bex, I love you too, sweetie. Thank you guys for being here. Okay. Oh, everybody's crying because I started crying. I must be way behind. Okay, cool. Okay. Okay. Thank you guys. Thank you guys for so much support. I really appreciate it. Oh, yeah. Drink water. Okay. Do that. Okay. Katrina Sluter asked, how do I know if there are blockages and how do I come to know what wounds be healed or what work I need to do? Katrina Sluter, let's see. How do we know if there are blockages? Where you are struggling to connect, there's always a block, but it is not just with your twin. The same block can be found in other significant relationships in your life. Look to your mother, look to your father, look to your children, look to your husband, look to your wife, look to your sister, look to your cousin. Where there are blocks anywhere, there are blocks everywhere. Look to your boss, especially. Look to your coworkers and employees. Look to your neighbor. While the twin may magnify the blocks, the block was there before. It is in finding the patterns. It is in finding the patterns and naming them that will show you what needs to be healed. Most times, the patterns are unconscious. The gift of the twin experience is that we are given conscious awareness because we are paying such careful attention, because love pays attention. Love is careful. Love notices. Love is thoughtful. Love is sincere. Use the magnifying lens of love to honor what is being shown to you about the other places in your life. Clear the blocks there, and you clear the blocks everywhere. It can be hard to understand when the blocks are not a direct one-for-one match. But recall the example of not choosing. While one twin may not be choosing the connection, the mirror of not choosing isn't about not choosing the connection. It may be about not choosing self or choosing one's own dreams. Expand your capacity and your willingness to see where you have been blind to your own challenges. If the twin is showing you this in the mirror, it is because it is there. And they're showing me like a picture of me standing in a mirror holding a brush. They're like, if in the reflection you see a brush, it's because there's a brush there. They're pretty like just kind of point blank sometimes. um, it is that simple, but we understand that sometimes the simple things can be quite complex. Be very loving with yourself as you look. We understand the examination can be quite hard. It is the difficulty of the examination, the sadness, the guilt, the embarrassment, the shame. It is the difficulty of the examination that causes one to go blind. But again, drop the burden of love. Allow love to be love. From there, your eyes will be open to the truth. Okay, cool. Anything else, guys? Nope, that is all. All right. Hey. Oh my gosh, Ray of Light. Jason, I'm so happy you're here. I'm so happy you're here. Thank you. Hey, Jai. So happy you're here too. Luminitic. Hey. Okay. Lisa D. Kaplan. Advice on the loop of I'm not healing due to lack of self love. No need to love self to heal, but I'm being hard on myself and not loving myself enough because I don't feel confident, sexy because of the health issues. Okay. Got it. Okay. Got it. Okay. So Lisa's probably not the only one feeling this way, where there are certain things that she can see need healing. They're like, get to the question. Let's just answer the question. Okay, fine. Fine, guys. I'll cut to the chase. Let's go. What do you have to say on this? Oh. All right, Lisa. It's such a good question. They've got lots to say. Let's see if I can unpack and carry it all into the conversation. Where do you guys want me to start? The first thing is to know that the vehicle of the three-dimensional body is imperfect. That is part of its nature. It's part of its construction. Its imperfection is also part of its beauty. What you would call as imperfect, God sees as unique. And you're suffering around that which makes you different only begets more suffering. But she's not talking about that. She's talking about health issues, guys. Focus. We will get there. Okay, got it. This is just where they want to start. So just stick with me, Lisa. Stick with us, okay? The nature of the realm has become such that the separation of you from your body, your spirit from your body, has become profitable to those that would like to rule this realm. Therefore, foods, behaviors, living circumstances, work situations, and relationships that cause the breakdown of the physical body vehicle are allowed to persist in this realm. As a larger part of a power and profit program that we will not speak to here, as that is not, they're telling me that that's not my providence, that's not my that's not my realm to speak on. But they're acknowledging the suffering of the physical body and the health stuff, and that much of that is, it's part of the program of the realm, Lisa. And why are you acknowledging this for her? So that she can release the burden. Okay. Whew, a lot of us suffer in this way. All right. It is not for you to suffer over the ways in which you have been a victim of those who would have power over you, or for you to suffer for the ways your traumas have resided in your body. And created the health issues that many of you carry as you move through your twin flame journey and try to transcend them. We understand that you do suffer, and to that suffering, we will say this: know that it is your God-given right, your God-created right as a fractal of the divine, to be able to heal yourself. To heal yourself, you must first start in the mind. It takes believing that you're capable of being healed. For many of you, this does not require actual physical healing to fully heal your mind and to heal the beliefs that you are not lovable. Your lovability does not come from your body. It comes from holding the vibration of unconditional love, which you already do for your twin. Oh, many of you hold this vibration of love outside of yourself in your two hands, not letting it touch you, almost as if it is radioactive and could harm you if you allow it into your heart center. You will be close to the love, but you do not integrate the love. This is another form of suffering and another form of undeservability. If you would take that love that you have for your twin and apply it to yourself. Yeah, but how do we do that? Like, what's the practical, people? For some of you, this is going to take healing work with someone who is practiced at placing love back inside the chakras, inside the body, back inside the torus field. For others of you, it simply takes the release of patterns that you have outgrown that have caused you fear and shame. And still, for others of you, it will take an amount of work in the physical body to release from the cellular structures old templates and patterns that have landed there and stored themselves there as toxins needing to get released. The detoxification of the physical body also helps release toxicity from the mind and the energetic field. You can do it either way, through the body, through the energy, or through the mind. Regardless of where you start, it is the release of those negative beliefs that will allow you the freedom to love yourself, that will allow you the freedom for love to live inside of you. Start with what is easy for you. If it is easier for you to access the body and release toxins from the body, start there. If it is easier for you to access the mind and release toxic mental frameworks, start there. If it is easier for you to start with the energy field and release energetic blockages, start there. Start with what is easy for you and pay attention to when you are called to move and integrate the next step. Okay. Is there anything else to say about that? Let me just re-release this question. If I said I'm not healing due to lack of self-love, need to know. Okay, do you guys have any other thoughts on this? No. The trick is just to start. Just start. All right, cool. Could you say all that again, please? LOL. Ha ha. Ha ha. Okay, I saw someone posted about twin souls leading the evolutionary path for humanity. Yeah, man, that's exactly what I've been shown. Liminitic, if one twin fully wakes up, other doesn't fully awake. The next lifetime, does that other twin fully awake? Got it, Liminitic. Okay, I remember your earlier question. What do we have to say about that, guys? What would you like to share? Again, we want you to understand that the process of awakening is not as you would see it. Your personal experience of awakening in your physical reality precludes that there can be other forms of awakening, which is not true. Some twins awaken simply by having the experience of the love that changes them. The experience of the love changing them is what forces their life to transform. It is in this transformation that they are carrying that vibration of unconditional love forward into all of their experiences. It is important for you to understand that the language of awaken and unawaken puts energetic blocks between you and your twin. Geez, guys, this is like, I'm like way in a rabbit hole here, but all right. What do you mean by that? Would you like it if someone called you unawakened simply because they have more knowledge of the journey than you? No, I would not. Or more language to articulate the journey than you? No, I would not. It is as such for your twin. You would not call a third grader unawakened in reference to an eighth grader. You would simply say they have more learning to do. And thus it is such with your twins. Got it. All right. It is important to use language that reflects the love you actually feel. It is important to use language that continues to foster growth, that continues to see unfoldment, that continues to see life. If life is what you would have between you and your twin. Is there anything else about this? No. Okay, thank you. And thank you, Luminitic, for the clarifying. Ooh, that's a lot of hits, VS. Okay, I don't know what's going on there, but I like that all those twos. They did talk about seeing doubles. Okay. Thank you, Jason. I really appreciate that. Can you talk about a doppelganger twin union? It is hard to think it would be a trick or a test. 24 Leo Love, I think you're talking about the concept of a false twin, but can you just clarify that? Um, can you post like a little clarifier? I want to make sure that I'm asking them the right question and they're speaking to it correctly. Do you guys need clarification? If 24 Leo Love is talking about the false twin, then we understand. If 24 Leo Love is talking about something else, we would like to understand what he's referencing or she's referencing. Okay. Let's see. Gail Forbes. Why do we feel their aches and pains, even in separation, as it were? Let's see. Why? Why do we do that? Some of you in this incarnation have soul contracted to be healers for one another. You have chosen that as a singular energetic field, it is as one body. And the health and well being of the singular body is felt by both of you. Others of you simply experience an empathic connection because part of your awakening to unconditional love was simply an ability to feel and see and hear that which another would as well. As you progress in your twin journey, they're saying you will notice that your empathy for others, not just your twin, amplifies. It is this amplification of empathy which is transforming your ability to be with other human beings. And it is through this transformation, as all of you become more sensitive, as the earth ascends, it is through this transformation that the human beings on earth will change. It is our hope, it is our intention, as those who guide you on the other side, that this empathic connection expands in such a way that allows all of you to treat humans with much more kindness, more love, more gentleness, especially your children. Wow, okay, that's deep. It came rolling right out. You have anything else to say about this? No, we do not. Okay. Hi, and thank you. Resonating with all this. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Back. So then why after a certain point of the back and forth does one person get told, find out about the twin flame connection? Yeah, why is that? How come I have to know this stuff? Why can't the other person, like, why can't we both know or neither one of us know, but why does one person have to know? And then because sometimes it does feel like a burden when you're carrying all this awareness on your own. Oh shit. All right. Well, Jason, welcome. They have brought you up several times. So they're referring me back to something that Jason kind of broke down on his channel a while ago. About twin flames, and he was talking about the ancient prophecy of the twin flames. Check it out, rayoflighttarot.com. He's talking about the ancient prophecy of twin flames hidden inside the tarot. And so he was talking about how I guess it's the 2 and the 3 card, the magician and the high priestess have two separate but needed complementary roles. The magician channels the energy onto the planet Earth using his tools. And it is the high priestess's job to understand the knowledge, to understand the wisdom. And so what they're showing me here, okay, now they're saying stop, just repeat after us. Okay. What do you want me to say? Each of you will go through cycles of transmutation and intuition. During the time at which the transmuting twin is doing their work, the transmutation does not require knowledge or intuition. It simply requires a courageous heart to confront that which is dark and fill it with light. You will see this in your twin flame connections where there is addiction, where there is abuse, where there is power over because of money, where there is fear of loss because of divorce or fear of loss of children due to separation from a soulmate partner. It is in having and cultivating that courageous heart that your twin steps into the dark patterns here on planet Earth, and from that place moves into the light. By having created that pathway in their energetic field, everyone they meet has the capacity to find their way out too. The intuiting twin, in Jason's example, known as the high priestess, this twin is the one who holds the awareness of all that is. It is in the holding of the awareness of all that is in the unified field that is the twin flame. It is the intuitive awareness that allows the knowledge to be held and spread and permeate the field in such a way that it gives the transmuting twin the capacity to keep moving forward. The knowledge is revealed to the intuiting twin on an as needed basis to facilitate the continued growth and journey of the transmuting twin. It is not necessary, given that these are polars, for all to hold both. While the intuiting twin will have transmutation work to do, and while the transmuting twin will have intuition about what is going on, they are each invited to stay focused on their role to keep things moving forward. It is as we showed you, in order to walk, one leg must be stationary while the other leg moves. Muscles in both legs are always working all the time. Okay. Do you have anything else to say about that? Okay. If the intuiting twin understood what is required of a cultivation of a courageous and open heart center in order to move through the dark and transmute it to light, they could move forward with much more compassion for their counterpart's journey. All we will say about this for now is that it is also as hard for them as it is for you. You may not see it. You may not even understand these words. But for a being of light to step into dark places via embodiment, it takes everything they have to not succumb to the darkness. Trust that they are growing. Trust that the intuition that you have and the knowledge that you've been given is helping both of you. Okay, is there anything else? No, that is all for now. All right. 2 lizards in the bathroom. I love it. W, it is hard to step away from your twin flame when you know they are going through rough times. The nurturer and the empath wants to be there for them. Yeah. All right. Cool. Okay. Let's see. Thank you, everybody. These are all great questions. You guys have asked such great questions, and thank you to the presiding guides who are here this evening. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mary. Thank you very much. Jesus, thank you very much to my God being here. Okay. Awesome. Okay. What are some of the clearer ways to channel your twin directly? What are some of the clearer ways to channel your twin directly? All right. Well, they must have a bone to pick with me today. So here, what they're saying is that many of you would sooner talk to a psychic than talk to your twin. Or would connect to your twin in another dimension instead of connecting to your twin in the dimension where your body is. For those of you who have not been told just to stay away, or for whom clear boundaries have been created, for those of you who have not been shown that it is inappropriate to be in contact at this time, we ask that you now consider the reasons you are not communicating with your twin. We ask you to consider with a big, open, and loving heart. If for some reason your twin was taken tomorrow and you knew you only had 12 hours to say anything to them, would you say hello? Would you choose to be in communication or contact in the way they have shown you they are ready? Or would you hide yourself from them? Would you withdraw? We ask this of you because we want you to understand that much of the conflict between twins comes from misunderstandings in the world of communication. It comes from wounded ego and bruised sense of self. It comes from old healed wounds in the realm of family, and not from the actual twin themselves. This is what we would have you know about channeling your twin. That for many of you, there is no need. There is simply a need to say, hello, I care, you matter, let's connect. And a willingness to be open to however they are ready to do that. Remember that the transmuting twin walks this world with a much heavier heart than most. The virtues of unconditional love include patience and compassion, forgiveness, awareness, and more. For those of you who have been told to stay away, for those of you who have been explicitly shown a boundary, that boundary is such so that your twin may focus on their piece of the journey. Wait, are you saying do not channel your twin? What are you saying, people? We are not saying do not channel your twin. We are saying It is imperative to respect the boundaries that they have made, both physically and energetically. Quite often, those boundaries have been made because they often feel at the mercy of the connection, powerless to it. Despite commitments they are required to fulfill or things they are committed to learn in their soul's journey. So if they have said, please, I am not strong enough, please stay away, we ask that you honor that as a way of walking in unconditional love. For those of you for whom neither of the first two situations are true, perhaps you are separated by great bodies of water or great distance. Hang on, guys. They're kind of breaking something down, and I'm just double checking a couple of things as they're breaking it down. One moment, please. There are methods via which you are able to connect with your twin. Kay is not at liberty to speak of them now. However, they are healers who can help facilitate this process. We ask that when you are ready to make that kind of connection with your twin, that you ask them for permission to connect first. And that you be open to hearing no as much as you are open to hearing yes. As we have shown you, the twin flame connection is very powerful, very strong, and takes quite a bit of growth to be able to handle. If your twin is in a period of integration, which is how we would rather you think about separation, we ask that you tread lightly and trust that they are doing their piece of the work so that both of you can continue to evolve. All right. For some of you, channeling your twin can be the equivalent of going to someone's house uninvited, opening the door, and laying down in their bed. It is very important that you treat the energetic connection with the utmost respect and care. And that you always ask for their permission first. Okay. Is there anything else? As we said, there are healers who are capable of revealing those methods of connection to you. That is not for Kay to share, but for you to find the healer that you are drawn to, for they will have the method of connection right for the two of you. Okay. Got it. Anything else? That's all on that. Okay. Wow. Deep question. Wasn't expecting all that. Okay. Whoo. Purple Divine. Awakened twin should become single in order for unawakened twin to do the same. Or another way of asking this is simply if awakened twin remains with karmic, then other twin will mirror that too. Okay, that's what I thought you were asking, but thank you for clarifying, Purple Divine. Okay. What's the story with karmic soulmates, people? Let's just start there. And okay, they're just ready to dive in. We hear in your question that you would like to be able to control and facilitate whether your twin stays in their soulmate connection or comes toward you or not. We understand why you would ask this, especially given what we have said about mirroring. The first thing we would like to say is that soulmates in the twin flame connection, for many of you, are scheduled classes for your twin to take. Your twin is learning lessons with their soulmate quite often that they cannot learn with you. For you, as a conduit of unconditional love, and really understand that term, love without conditions, you will not be able to simulate the patterns of bondage, obligation, duty, strife, abuse, addiction, commitment, or harm or neglect that the soulmate steps into with your twin in order to help your twin break free by shining that light in the darkness. Because you will not be able to simulate that, it is imperative to understand that the soulmate's responsibility in the connection cannot be overlooked or understated. They need the soulmate to be able to do their job. I did not want to hear that, but alrighty. For some of you, these are not soulmates per se, but simply relationships that they move one from another. In these cases, you will notice in yourself the pattern of feeling not chosen. Again, this is wounding for you, meant to be healed, that your twin did not create, but simply mirrors. That being said, we would ask of you, those twins that have a connection with another partner, we would ask of you the following. When you wake each day and when you sleep, bless that partner and thank them for doing their job. Pray for your twin and command the honoring of their light within. Command that their truth rise. We ask that you would say the same prayer of yourself. And in so honoring your own truth, in so honoring your own love, that you notice for yourself whether it is truthful for you to be in a relationship at this time or not. We ask that you notice for yourself, are you integrated? Are you whole? Are you fully yourself? Are you the truth of how you feel inside of a connection to someone else romantically? If you are more enabled to love and express love, please continue to foster your connection. If you are less emboldened to love and express love, We ask that you set the one you are with free to find the love that can encompass them the way you would encompass your twin. We ask that you do not seek to change the circumstance of your twin by changing yourself. Instead, we ask that you honor yourself. And in so honoring yourself, you honor the connection. And in honoring the connection, you honor them too. All right. Anything else about this? Nope, that's everything. Got it. All right. All right, Alejandra. And I think we're kind of done because I'm getting to that point. This is a lot of energy to kind of stay in at one time. I see, what time is it? Got it. How much more can we do, guys? Let's just see. Okay, got it. We're not too far. Alejandra. Okay, cool. So we'll keep going for a little bit. Can sexual energy be utilized to amplify the connection when in separation, to promote union, perhaps? Hope that's not too explicit or weird. Not at all, Alejandra. Not at all. You are in good company. We all think about sex over here, just like we think about love and spirituality. And when's the next food break and pee break? And am I on my soul mission? We think about all of it over here. So you're all good. All right. And am I going to see that movie? When's my next bike ride? We think about everything. Can sexual energy be utilized to amplify the connection? Okay, great. When in separation. Okay. Again, we would ask that you consider the terms of your separation, as this is the equivalent of your twin doing very difficult work in the field. Oh. This is why you guys told me this. Okay, got it. There's something else they told me at a whole separate time. Makes sense. Okay, but then why did that change? Got it. Okay. 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 This is what we would say about your sexual energy. Your sexual energy is quite strong and quite powerful as a twin flame. It is one of the reasons non-twins are drawn to you, because your sexual energy is imbued with the vibration of unconditional love. As such, it has a further amplification range than that which is not imbued with unconditional love, okay? Further, we'd like you to understand that your sexual energy has more power than you've been led to believe. Those of you that would understand the term sex magic know what is being spoken of here. For those of you not familiar, what is being referred to is the deepened unified field created by two people via orgasm or physical connection. Touch, eye contact, all create similar unified fields. Further, we'd like you to understand that this unified field must be entered via consent by both parties. Just as you would not have one enter your sexual field without your consent, it is imperative that you understand the energetic nature of entering another's field without consent as well. As twins, the standard to which you are held when it comes to connection of all nature is governed under the providence of unconditional love. Would unconditional love enter another's field without permission? Would unconditional love take someone and bring them toward you without them choosing to walk toward you on their own, of their own free will? These are the questions we ask that you consider when you embark upon calling your twin forward energetically. These are the things we ask you to think through and to honor when you would be with your twin without your twin's physical presence. Would you do what you are doing in their physical presence when they have not consented? Yikes, that's heavy. Wow. Okay, do you have more to say about this? Yes. Only that there are those of you who know for a fact that your twin comes to visit you in the energetic world. For some of you, this is bothersome. You would prefer that they only came to you in 3D. Understand that this intrusion is the same as that which you would do with your sexual energy. There are others of you who have a known understanding between your twin and you that would allow this type of connection to happen when one or the other of you is ready. We ask you to always ask permission first and to look for clear signs of consent. For those of you unfamiliar with signs of consent, we ask that you simply look for signs in your physical world. Look for things you would normally look for when you are looking for a smile from God. Some of you, when asking for a clear yes, that something is right for you, ask for feathers to be put in your path. Others of you ask for glasses of water to be put in your path. And still others of you ask for certain numbers to appear. Those of you unfamiliar with asking for consent outside of the 3D world, ask for the consent and the signs in your 3D world, and they will be shown to you. Remember that you are a creator and that you command the 3D world. That is all. Damn, that's deep. All right, I was not expecting that to go there. Starshine. So is there ever a reason to leave their lives? I think you mean the soulmate partner, Starshine. Let's just see what they have to say about that. Is there ever a reason to leave the soulmate's life? Yes. Soulmate relationships are meant to evolve and dissolve, as we have told you, Kay. It is necessary to understand that lessons take the time that they take, not the time that you would demand. And we allow, as part of our understanding of your free will, that you take the time and they take the time that they need. We do not rush you. If you would like a lesson to take multiple years, it can. If you would prefer to understand the lesson in months, you may. For some, there are scheduled experiences over the course of multiple years that are required for the relationship to evolve and dissolve. But they can only happen after each experience has been fully integrated, so that a wider awareness is available to understand the second. And they're showing me, this is the difference between having gone fully through Calculus 1 and Calculus 2 in school. Or you can't understand Calculus 2 until you've taken Calculus 1. So They're asking me to ask you if you meant anything different or more by that. Let's see the next question. Is the potential for union in 3D enhanced by the degree of unconditional love and trust that each of the divine counterparts expresses and demonstrates in all aspects of their lives? Catherine Robinson. Okay. Is the potential for union enhanced by the degree of unconditional love and trust each express and demonstrate in all aspects of their lives? Yes, it is. But again, we would ask you to expand your comprehension of the word union. What is meant by union as a romantic partnership where two people live together in the same house and raise a family is not the only expression of this beautiful creation of unconditional love. Unconditional love creates many paths forward, not a singular one. Please try to understand that how you understand union must be expanded in order for your light to rise to its highest potential. Okay. Okay. Starshine, what if your twin is a Christian and they not only have no clue of twin flame connection, but they think spirituality is bad? What up with that? Thank you, Starshine. What is up with that, guys? It's a great question. Hmm. Hmm. Religion is one of the many places where the darkness has made its final infiltration into places where there should be light. Though your twin may not know what a twin flame is or be able to speak to the depth of the connection in the spiritual terms you are capable of, we remind you that there are two halves here, one that is transmuting, one that is intuiting. The transmuting soul does not need to do and understand everything the intuiting half does, and vice versa. It is simply for you to love them where they are at, to love their religion as they do, to see what it gives them, and to have compassion for the way it holds them. And in so loving, it allows them to gently break the bonds that the religion has over them. You do not need to become or believe what they believe. It is simply for you to show them that I love you regardless. And my faith and the higher powers do not require that you be the same as me to love you anyway. In so showing, you will allow their fears to abate and allow them to feel safe with you and remain faithful to that which holds them at this time. In time, they will see that your embodiment of love and your expression of it is what rests at the core of their faith, regardless of what their faith is called. Recall that their job is to transmute. They must embody the darkness in order to transcend it and move to light. This is all just a step. Thank you. Anything else? Do not worry if your twin is very religious, and do not shame them for their beliefs. For many, religion is the equivalent of baby food, and it is the step required before they are able to digest much more complex spiritual concepts. We ask that you release any shame that you are holding when it comes to not holding their same faith or from having walked away from that faith. And we ask you to see how you have become more whole in the absence of that and more in possession of your reflection of God than you were before that. Okay, anything else? Nope, that's all. Okay, great. Do twins have past life with each other as twins? VS. Yes, many past lives. Some of you, what? You do not mean that. Do you mean that? Some of you have thousands. That was not a word that I expected to hear. Do you really mean that? Okay. On this planet and off this planet, yes, many of you have past lives. For some of you, this is your first incarnation, which is why, for some of you, things that Kay shares does not resonate with you. Kay and her twin have had many past lives together. And what we would say to those of you who have had past lives together is not to worry very much about those experiences and focus on what love is asking you to learn in this experience. Anything else? Nope. Okay, got it. I have a question. I don't really tend to the term twin flame, Champagne C, but I'm thinking I've met mine, but I've walked away from the whole twin flame situation due to it being a burden. Is that wrong? Just curious. No? Well, hey, let's see what they have to say. What would you have to say about that? Firstly and foremost, we ask that you divest your experience from the concept. We ask that you take what you find online that resonates about the concept and leave the rest. More than that, we ask that you honor your own intuition. When your relationships become unhealthy, we ask that you honor yourself in truth and love. We ask that you name your truth, and we ask that you act in love. When you are called to be close to the person who feels as if they may be your twin or your soulmate or simply someone you love, we ask that you get close. But more than staying connected because of the concept, we ask you to stay connected because of the connection. If you love, then stay connected. If you do not, it's okay to walk away. If it is unhealthy, it is okay to separate, release, heal, and forgive. If it is healthy, it's a wonderful place to foster more love. We ask that you not change your journey based on the name. We ask that you guide your journey based on love, both love for yourself and love for another. Is there anything else? No, that's all. Okay, thank you guys. Thank you, Champagne. Leon LCA, when you can see the reasons you are awakening, yes. Okay, how can Champagne see, how can one deal with, for example, if their twin flame was murdered, a sudden death and no closure with the twin? I've wondered about that, Champagne. Let's see, what do you guys have to say about the death of a twin? This is one of the many circumstances, unfortunate circumstances, that would cause twins to not be in union in this lifetime. We understand that this is quite unusual. In those circumstances, a healing is provided and brought to the twin who is still incarnate in the three-dimensional world, making it possible for them to continue to live and love without the physical presence of their twin in the same realm. Simultaneously, there is an aspect of them that is returned to themselves once their twin is dropped the physical body. In other words, the aspect of you that lived in that physical body has in many ways been returned to you. You may find that after your twin's passing and transition, that evidence of their presence in your world becomes abundant and ever clear. You may also find that they facilitate and assist new love to enter your world after a period of grieving and mourning has started to come to completion. Lastly, you may find that because they return to you, you start to feel more like yourself than you ever have once you have completed your grieving and mourning. We find it very unfortunate when twins are removed from the planet in this way. However, we understand the nature, the 3D reality, and the 3D world is not without its challenges. Only the most courageous of you have stepped into incarnation timelines where possible death via someone else's hand could be an outcome. We want you to understand that the experience of being a twin flame is much the equivalent of what you consider in this realm the Olympics. Only the most trained, the most spiritually fit and athletic are able to do this work. We applaud your work on the planet Earth at this time. We want you to understand that it is working. The Earth is ascending, and more souls are awakening to a vibration of unconditional love, both twins and non-twins. We thank you for your service, and we want you to understand that your loss has not gone unrecognized, unseen, or unabided and unattended by those who govern your union. We ask that you continue to grieve in peace, and as you are ready, seek life again. Okay. Is there anything else? Okay. Let's see. Hi, everyone. Yes, Gemini Princess. Thank you. Lana! You guys, Lana's here. Okay, you guys, look for the chat person who says Lana-healer medicine woman. She's an incredible healer. I've had healings with her that have really helped transform my energetic field in some really deep and profound ways. Please subscribe to her channel. She's got some healings on the channel that will help clear your energetic fields. And definitely reach out to her directly. I have seen in her healing work with me that it's also starting to restore some of the connection between myself and my twin flame. Oh my gosh, Gemini Princess, you are so well. Thank you. You didn't have to put donations up. I hadn't even thought about that, but I really appreciate that. I wasn't even thinking about that, but I super appreciate donations always. Definitely go to Lana's channel, check her out, book a healing. My guides have shown me that in some of my readings, they have really been like in times when people would get a reading, sometimes what they really need is a healing. And that's what will help restore their energy field to wholeness more than knowing more information. So yeah, babes, so glad you're here. Thanks, Michelle. Thank you. Yes, on that note, as twins, should we be eating other animals? I wonder about that. Tell us about eating animals. What do you have to say about that? Okay. this is not a matter of whether or not eating animals is permissible as twins. This is a matter of whether or not eating animals is right for your soul journey as you ascend. We understand that there are those of you who need minerals that cannot be converted and consumed in the body in any other way. We also understand that with the way vitamins and supplementation work at this time, many of you have the option to depart, leaving animals as you are ready. For those of you who have already made this transition, we ask that you focus on staying in balance, and we thank you for focusing on eating in alignment with love. For those of you that eat animals, we ask you to focus on what is needed for you to hold light. That is all. Like, is that all? Yes, that is all that we have given to Kay to say about this at this time. This is not her providence to speak on these matters. Okay, got it. Yes, okay. Cool. Purple Divine, thank you so much. Yeah. They just sit up here and they chit chat me. So I'm glad somebody else is getting something out of it. Jacob Allen, welcome. I've been guided to stop watching online YouTube readings. The only one I now watch and listen to is K Moon. Now I see why. Love and light. W, you feel free to unsubscribe. And anyone, you feel free to unsubscribe whenever you are ready. There is nothing that I would say that you need to do or not do. Just honor your own guidance, honor your intuition. Okay, cool. Guided intuition. Wow, this makes sense. This is powerful. I have heard or seen some of this from my guides. That is courage. I'm in awe of them. So beautiful. Holy wow, it's the best. Thank you. Thank you, Elizabeth Juarez. I'm so glad you guys are all here. Thank you for letting me know that this would be something you would even want on that survey. Because yeah, they sit up and chat me up. I'm like, you guys can talk to other people if you like. So much love and light in this room. Yes. There's some truth here. Okay, a knowing place. How can we best direct our thoughts and energies toward our twin? I hear some say to send energy to your twin, while others say to let go. I want to be supporting, but not suffocating. Great question, a knowing place. We know that you hold your twins in love. We know that this is a love incomparable to anything you have experienced before. In holding that vibration, the only thing we ask of you at this time is to be very mindful of your thoughts and words. We have seen through Kay's eyes that there are those who would say things about their twin that block their growth. Even Kay, you guys, you need to stop talking about me, okay? Even Kay has been shown she needs to clean up her language. And she is moving toward a place of being very careful about how she speaks about her twin at all times. Those of you who would consider your twin things like toxic, slow, a burden, that's all they want me to say. They're like, stop. Do not let those words come out of your mouth. Refer them to the YouTube comments. Yeah, they're like, they're basically saying, you know, the things you see in the YouTube comments that people have to say about their twin. We ask that you would refrain from using those words in your language, but most importantly, in your thoughts. As we shared earlier, the thoughts are an amplification system, and what is amplified in the thoughts, especially by the creators known as twin flames, is amplified in the collective. To best send love and light to your twin, all that we ask is that you be conscious of your language and you move toward more loving, harmonious, accepting, compassionate, understanding language when it comes to your connection with your twin. As you do this, others will do the same, and this will facilitate a quickening among the twin flames who are doing the transmutation work, such that once they are complete, should you choose to move into a romantic partnership, both of you will be given the opportunity to do so, simply because you've created no blocks in your mind or in the field between you, and because they have not been delayed by blocks in the field between you. Is there more you'd like to say about this? Not at this time. Okay, got it. Hey, Lyndon, welcome. Javaria, I needed to hear this. Thank you so very much. You're welcome. The guides are coming for next. Yeah, Bree, they really are. Oh my goodness, we'll have to debrief this later, Bree. Thank you, everyone who's come. Yes, Gemini Princess, please like the video. I appreciate that. Okay. Yes, thank you. Thank you to my guides. Thought you had to always ask permission when connecting via channeling or sending messages. Otherwise, you'll get a telling off from spirit. Bex, I mean, that's not necessarily something that I was aware of, but I see it just came out of my mouth. So I guess that's what I'm going to be doing going forward. D, what if they invade your energetic space? Such a great question. Let's see. What if your twin invades your energetic space? Two things are true. Have you given them permission by summoning them with your yearning? If you have not done so, you may rescind their invitation and ask that you have the space to integrate your experience with them in peace and in the absence of their energy. Okay, is there anything else? No, that's it. That's all they have to say about that, D. Yes, you guys are welcome. Just so the guides know, everyone's very grateful. Thank you guys for being here. Okay. Alejandro, totally got that answer to my question. I know the signs. Thank you. Yay. Awesome. Welcome, everybody. Elaine Elizabeth, welcome. Ashley Bingo, Gemini Princess. Do the questions have to be in regards to the twin journey, or can they be about connecting with your guides? I hopped on late. General questions about the twin journey. Gemini Princess is correct. I'm glad that this is resonating. Answered my biggest question. Matt Malkanji, you're welcome. It's common for a twin to completely deny a connection. How do you navigate that? Ashley Bingo. Yes, let's discuss. Is that common when they just straight up deny the connection? That's the first question. And then what do you do? Thank you so much, Gemini Princess, for putting the donation link. Okay. It is common for a twin who is heavy in the midst of their transmutational work to deny that there is a connection, mainly because there is so much energetically, emotionally, psychically that is on their plate at this time, past from this life and past from past lives, that they do not have room to perceive the connection at this time. That does not mean that there is not a connection. It simply means that they cannot put more on their plate. To put a steak on an already full plate, is that the word? Yes, okay. Is disrespectful to the person who already has their plate full. We do not expect that they are able to handle more when their plate is already full. And we work with them to make sure that they are clearing and transmuting what is given unto them as they grow. In situations like these, for the twin who is aware of the connection, we simply ask that you love them the way they are ready to receive love. That is all. If they have said that they are open to receiving the kind of love of friendship, love them in friendship. If they have said that they are open to receiving the love of light acquaintance and supportive companion, love them there. In so doing, they will come to understand your love to be safe, as much of love in the 3D world is not. Oh, okay. I didn't need to see that. Thank you. Just please disconnect me from that. Okay. Is there anything else on that? No. All that we ask is that in your self love, should you need more than what they can provide in the time that they are integrating what is already on their plate, that you give yourself permission to create that experience. Okay. Anything else? No. Okay. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Great question, Ashley. Thank you, Guided Intuition. Amberetta, if there is still time, I would love to hear more about monads. I feel like I've been meeting a lot of other twins lately. Now, monads isn't really something I know much about. I've heard the word used in context a couple of times. Here's what they're trying to say about it. All right. They piped right up. All that we have for Kay to say about monads at this time is monads are the equivalent of a class in a school, not a specific subject class, but a graduating class, a matriculating class. These are the group of people among whom you are also learning similar lessons at a similar time, in a similar space, on a similar timeline. This group helps facilitate one another's growth, for as one understands and integrates the lesson and then begins to share that wisdom with the others, the entire group takes the next step in their evolution. Okay, got it. Anything else? Yes. Okay, what? For you to understand a monad, you also need to understand a network. Either a network of computers or a neural network. Your monad functions thus. It is almost similar to blockchain. Okay, guys, y'all are really going there today. Y'all want to talk about blockchain? Okay. Oh, they're just grinning and having a good old time. All right. I don't know if I can explain blockchain. You're like, try, you've done it before. Okay. So, almost similar to blockchain, where the information that comes through one terminal and one system and one computer gets written to all the other terminals in the exact same system as one twin set learns or transmutes or takes a step in their particular journey. That information infiltrates the rest of the network so that all twins now have that information latent inside a ledger in their energetic field. Once known by one, it is known by all. It is simply a matter of calling the information forward. We want you to understand that what Kay is doing here today is not unique or special to her. we would like you to understand that this information is available to all of you by divine right of incarnating within the same group. Should you need us, you will find us. These answers have already been made available to you within. This is why we tell Kay to remind you that you can trust your own divine knowing and to your own intuition be true. Okay, is there anything else? Nope, that's all. Got it. JP, who are the healers you would recommend? I've done a fantastic healing with Lana, JP. I just mentioned her earlier. She's wonderful. There is a wonderful healer named Emily Gear. I think her website is IamEmilyGear.com. And check her out. She does stuff specifically for twin flames. I just had the pleasure of meeting Charlotte of Happy Twins, and she does something really unique and special called spirit release therapy that may be appropriate for some of you in your twin flame connection, but she does other kinds of healing as well. But most of the healers that I work with are in the 3D world. They're people that I've relied upon for years for healing for other things, either energetic or physical, like some other form of body work. So they're not exactly the kind of people that I can just say, like, hey, go see this person. And they certainly are not twin flame people. They're just deeply spiritual light workers. But of the twin flame community, those are the ones I've had the opportunity to work with and meet so far. But if you know of others, I would love for you guys to shout them out in the comments. In fact, I started a spreadsheet for twin flame healers. I'll just make it an open spreadsheet and I'll link it underneath this video and maybe mention it in the community section. So if you had a session with a healer and that healer has served you well and really, brought you to your next step in unconditional love, then I'd ask that you guys go ahead and reference that person in that spreadsheet. So that way we can kind of have a collective body of awareness of where we can go to get healing from people who understand what this is and what this is about. But let me just ask what they have to say about working with healers, because they may have some insight and guidance and thoughts on that. When you focus on healing, we ask that you focus on yourself first, the connection second, and your twin third. The reason we ask you to do this in this order is that from a fully healed self, you will have the discernment needed to understand who, when, and what is right for you as it pertains to healing the connection and your twin. Most of you are going about the opposite direction, healing your twin, then healing the connection, then healing yourself. This is the equivalent of holding unconditional love in your hands outside of your body and not letting it into your heart. Please start by healing with yourself first. And from healing with yourself, then allowing in the discernment about healing the connection and healing your twin. Many times you may find via your own self-healing, things between you and your twin accelerate, are expedited, and quicken. We ask that you come to your own wholeness first. It is as you are shown on the airplanes. Put your own oxygen mask on first. Okay, is there anything else about this? Yes. Okay, what? The concept of healing is one we have wanted to address with you for some time. We have alluded to what we are about to say with Kay in other videos. But this is what we really want you to know. At your core, you are not broken. You never have been, and you never will be. At your core, you are whole. You are complete. And it is simply that the perception of a break is what allows you to feel that you are not whole. By remembering your wholeness in whichever way it is required, even if it does require working with someone to remember this, you have reclaimed not only your power, but you have placed the ball of unconditional love back inside of your body. You are no longer separate from yourself. Please try to remember that you are whole, that you have always been whole, and that you will always be whole. Is there anything else? No, that's all. Okay. Okay, Lori Campbell, why is the DM going through such a hard time? Why is the divine masculine going through such a hard time? It's interesting. Why? There's so many things running through my mind, but let me just clear that and just see what you want to say. We'd like you to understand that it is not just the divine masculine. We would like you to understand and see that in the pair, there is the intuiting partner and there is the transmuting partner. Yes, often the transmuting partner is the divine masculine, as the divine masculine is the one who has stepped into the patterns of masculinity that have upended the culture on planet Earth. However, there are women and divine feminines in the connection who are also the transmuting partner, and they have stepped into patterns that are harmful among women on the planet, and they are moving those patterns toward the light. We would see the transmuting partner as the one who is holding the darkness in their cells, in their minds, and in their hearts, alongside an unextinguishable fractal of light, the God spark within them. That fractal of light is the one that cell by cell transforms them and moves them toward more of their own divinity. This transmutational process is what will restore unconditional love to planet Earth. We have seen at this time and space in the human timeline that much of the challenges have come from masculinity that has turned in on itself. And this is why it would appear that the divine masculines are having such a hard time. It is this particular pattern that many of you as twins are here to transmute, both the intuiting partner and the transmuting partner. The intuiting partner's role in this work is about understanding how to hold, vibrate, resonate, reconcile, and reflect unconditional love into their own lives as an example for others. The transmuting partner's job is to step into the pattern and then change it, leaving an energetic trail for others who would be in their presence to follow. Okay, anything else about this, guys? This is all for now. Okay, I hope that was clear, Lori. W's not unsubscribing. Haha. Ascension Essentials got the wake up call last night. Awesome. Annoying place. Thank you. Gail Forbes. Like that. I do not think I do it often, but my ego does get off on it from time to time. I don't know that what that's referring to, Gail, but I get it. We're human. Jacob says this resonates. W says, I've learned more about this journey in the last couple of hours than I have in the last 7 months. Thank you so much, Kay, and your guides. You're welcome. Thank you for so much solid info. I wonder why some twins come into connection so late in life. Sibyl BR, let's ask about that. Why do Oh, why do some twins come into connection so late in life? There are several reasons for this. For some of you, coming into connection and holding so much love at such a young age is the equivalent of placing a gun in a child's hands. It would create more suffering than it would create healing and transmutation. For others of you, it is a matter of having learned what you needed to learn to be able to move through this process in a way that does not beget more suffering for either your children or your families. And still, for others of you, you have come into this connection at the time at which you did simply because you chose it. You wanted to have other experiences first that would allow this experience to be that much richer. Is there anything else about this? Only that we would ask you to have peace about your timing and your connection, to release and let go of what you believe time means in the connection. To the all, there is no time. And in particular for twins, both of you transcend time, always and in all ways. Many of you are seeing that in the way that you are able to connect in a space time reality that is not the same as your physical location. Others of you are seeing that in the ways that your eyes are opening to past life incarnations. And yet, others of you are seeing that in the way that your eyes are opening to future life incarnations, past, present, and future, all being conscious to one brain and one body at one time, is the arrival and dawning of unity consciousness. The more you are able to release your current expectations and concepts of time, the easier it will be to relax about your twin flame connection, where it's been and where it's going. One of the biggest ways we have shown Kay to move into this unity consciousness and relax is through the act of forgiveness, as it drops old parallel timelines and templates and allows your sentience to come into one place at one time. Anything else? Yes. Oh my gosh. What else? What else? Love knows no time, and time knows not love. What do you even mean by that? Love is a construct that exists outside of the construct of time. Time is a construct that exists within the framework of love, but causes a separation from love. Okay. In the field of love, all things are one at all times and in all ways. But it is outside the field of love that things become separate and distinguishable, measured. If you can find a way to stay in the field of love, you will be able to step outside of time. Jeez. Y'all getting real esoteric here. Anything else? Yes. What? What else about time? We ask that you now step into the awareness and the understanding that what has happened and what is happening and what will happen is transcended by the longevity of your souls as twin flames. If you can imagine an abacus and you see a long string with many beads on that string, each lifetime is a bead. What we'd like you to understand is that just like love, your soul transcends time And it is in this transcendence of time that true twin flame union exists, unity consciousness exists, because your soul is love. You guys, this is like mad esoteric. Are you serious right now? Yes, they needed to know this. They are prepared to hear this. Those for whom this does not resonate, it simply will not land. But for those for whom a readiness is available, it will bring them ease. Okay, fine. Anything else about time? Yes. Okay, what else about time, guys? We would like for you to relax about time. It is the holding on to the idea that your twin is running late or somehow moving slow that is causing distortions in your time space reality experience of your physical union. If you can learn to simply enjoy each moment, mainly by loving yourself, loving the dreams placed in your heart, loving the way you were made, you will have the ability to bend timelines and reshape outcomes. This is how you transcend time. Is there anything else about time? Nope. Okay, got it. Cool. Okay. Great question. You're welcome, Ashley Bingo. You're welcome, Gail. You're welcome, Amberetta. Bex, the info in this channeling, Kay, has settled so much in my understanding. I got a message the other day saying, peace, child. And this video, I think, embodies that. Thank you so much, Kay. Woohoo! I'm glad. Peace came into my vocabulary for myself a couple days ago, too. Yeah, it's a big time of peace and healing for the intuiting twin. Toya Chappelle, 717. Welcome, Toya Chappelle. Cool. I think Charlotte changed her name to Happy Soul 1111. I loved her. I got so much healing from doing Jill and Remy's Transforming Blockages course. Yeah, I've heard about that. I have never met them or spoken to them, but I've heard a couple people say that that Transforming Blockages course has changed things for them. Ah, yes. Oh my gosh, Marie. Oh my gosh, how could I forget Marie? Okay, so also on Divine Love and Light Warrior Woke Tribe, Marie. If you guys are not subscribed to her, Divine Love and Light Warrior Woke Tribe, subscribe to her because what she did recently was a twin flame healing where those of us who felt called, we had a special ritual and a special ceremony that we did together on, like a singular, like at a singular time. And she did a blockage release for us and each of our connections. And then she did like a special reading about what our individual next step was so that we could stay focused inwardly on restoring unconditional love inwardly. It was so special. She did it on the Lion's Gate. And there was definitely movement for me physically. I felt it in real time, like my body was vibrating as she did the healing. But in addition to that, I saw movement between my twin and I shortly after that, and exchanges. So I would get with Marie, you guys. She is incredible as both a reader and a healer. Phenomenal. So yes, I'm adding her to my sheet. Thank you so much, Bree. Twin Flame Healers, Gem and Remy, yes. Ascension Essentials, also seeking out a local QHHT practitioner in your area. Yes, I did a session, a QHHT. Are all divine feminines now in the masculine energy? Ooh, Ascension Essentials. That's a great question. I don't know. Let's ask them. Are all divine feminines now in the masculine energy? They are acknowledging that there is someone who has said this. that somewhere this information is circulating. I've not heard that. That's my first time hearing that, Ascension Essentials. So let me just see what else they want to say. They're saying that there are those twins who, in their journey, there will be some level of role switching at some point where one will switch from transmutation to intuiting, and then the other will, and then they'll switch back. These roles are understood as divine masculine and divine feminine. It is simply polaric energy, and that at times, yes, the polaric energy will switch for some twins. And that's simply because that's what they were soul contracted to do in this lifetime. It's one of the things they signed up for. Not all twins will do that. But if you are finding resonance and truth in that message around that, seek more insight and pay attention to your internal guidance, is what they're saying. Even with everything Kay is saying, it's imperative that you stay true to your own internal guidance about what's true for your personal journey. Each twin flame journey is so unique, is what they are saying. That there cannot possibly be a singular range of answers that works for everyone. There's simply overarching guidance about the journey. And then there's the individual ways that it plays out for each individual twin set. Okay, anything else about that? Not at this time. Thank you guys. All right, thank you. Okay. Yes, Ashley Bingo, not broken. Our twins who are still in karmic partnerships, Donna Agripides, will they end at some point? Some of them will, some of them will not. Those that will not, it is simply because it was soul contracted to be this way. And those that will, it is also the same. But why would they soul contract that and then meet their twin? As we have said, unconditional love comes with a very high degree of free will. It is thus that the Creator made you and made the realm. Understanding that unconditional love comes with free will allows one to carry forward a connection with one while being married to another. But that just would create so much suffering. Why would so much suffering be permitted in that way? It is not that it creates suffering. It is that this is the way both twins have chosen to learn unconditional love. It is as you opened with the message that we gave you about separation, fostering the growth of love that does not have conditions. It is so important that you understand that the love of Source, the love of the Creator, has no conditions. He did not force your hand in any way in this realm. He simply told you to go forth. As such, it is for you to understand that the love you are given for your twin will operate in the same way and their love for you. This is the equivalent of what we have already shared about the necessity of loving in the way that they have invited you to love them. If they have said, I invite you to love me as friend, it is for unconditional love to love as friend. If they have said, I invite you to love as companion or acquaintance, unconditional love responds in kind. What must be understood is that the obligations of partnership in this realm, the duty of it, the suffering underneath it, have ceased to honor the truth of the heart of love. It is for you each to begin to understand that once you fully love, it is imperative that your life reconfigure to be a reflection of that love. There are twins in marriages who would stay in that marriage out of love or because they love. In those circumstances, it is not for lack of love of you that they do not leave. It is because their love is so big that they stay. It is for you to do what you can to open your heart to loving that which they love. It is for you to be at peace with the way they've chosen with their free will to conduct their lives. It is in so doing that you then become a reflection of unconditional love. And as such, there is freedom. In such, there is freedom for all. Oh, well, okay. What else, guys? Anything else on that? No. Okay. Thank you, guys. Donna Agripides, I didn't love that answer. Sometimes that happens. They tell me things that I'm just not interested in hearing. But I understand why they said it. So feel free to ask a follow-up. And if it didn't resonate for you, feel free to unsubscribe. And peace in your walk. Lori Campbell, is it true that a walk-in could occur if one of the twins was advancing, ascending faster, therefore another divine counterpart steps in? Lori, I've only heard of that concept of walk-in once or twice ages ago. What do you guys want to say about walk-ins? That would be the least likely of scenarios that we would create with you. What is more likely is that we would send you someone else to love sooner. Further, we invite you to consider that perhaps your twin is not advancing slowly or less than you. We would invite you to consider that they are simply working at the pace the connection permits. Okay. Got it. All right, so we're going to wind down here. I'm going to get through as much as I can in the next 18 minutes. At the top of the hour, I am going to move to completion here. That being said, I probably won't get to every single question, but you just feel free to post it if you've got it. I'll work through as many as I can before we get to the top of the hour. I want to just stop and thank each of you for being here, for allowing me to share this gift with you that they've given to me. Some of you may not know that they started, chatting me up about the twin flame journey after I found out I was a twin, and they gave me all this broad general knowledge, but I just felt like I was in a prison still, given the type of separation my twin and I were in at that moment. And I remember kind of asking them and saying, if I share this, like the other people on YouTube, can't you just let me get out of jail, please? Pretty please, can I get out of jail? And they were like, yeah, okay, why not? And so I started sharing the channeled messages, and with each over time, like the feeling of being so entrapped and the feeling of not being able to breathe and the suffocating feeling of the connection began to subside. And that was, I guess their way of saying, you will do this. And also, my way of taking the love that I had for my twin, we were in separation at that point in time, and finding something constructive to do with it. Instead of being like just feeding it back into the connection and having it be thwarted, this was my way of being able to share it in a way that it could be received. And, that was kind of my way of being in unconditional love. The conditions that I would have preferred were me and my twin not in separation. The conditions I got were we're in separation. I get to share the love in a different way. And as such, it's just facilitated a lot of growth and a lot more harmony and a lot more peace in my world. There's still some stuff that, I cling to. I'm human, that they work with me on, some ways that they're constantly correcting my thinking and my vision around what's happening. I'm on the exact same journey. And as they said earlier, they are also available to you too. This isn't something special that just Kay gets to do. You guys are all creator beings with amplified God fractals within you, and many spiritual gifts among you. So as you need guidance, feel free to call upon it, and it will be given unto you. So, like I said, I'll get through as much as I can before the top of the hour, and then I will need to stop. So thank you once again for being here. If you haven't given the channel a like or a subscribe, please do. And Gemini Princess, thank you for continuing to post the donations. I super appreciate that. Thank you, Ascension Essentials. Love you too. Yes, it's nice to not call him a turtle. My guides got on me about that the second it came out of my mouth. They were like, you better stop. That is not what we're doing here. Okay, so Beck says, so does that mean the twin who might be single will then meet a soulmate to be with? And if you have been back and forth with you twin, they'll meet and stay with other soulmates or partners? If one twin is already with a partner or meets one after they meet their twin? All right, Bex, this is a very good question. Talk to us about the back and forth and the soulmates and the in and out and the people who stay and the people who don't. What's the story there? While much of this is contingent upon your individual journeys, which is why we keep reminding Kay to tell you that you must honor your own intuition about your specific journey. What we can share is, okay. Do you want me to refer them to that? All right, so they want me to show you a picture that I had previously. So let me just see if I can pull it out of the trash for you guys. Because I took the picture and then I did what I had to do with it, and then I put it in the trash. And I was like, great, we're done with that. Moving on. And they were like, hee hee, you're going to need that. Where are we at in terms of... Oh, what are we doing, guys? Why is this not right where I need it? They're like, you know where to find it. Fine. I'll go over there and get it. Let's see. Thank you for the donation, Ashley. I really appreciate that. Wendy, thank you for the donation. I really appreciate that. The donations are super appreciated. Thank you, guys. All right. Let's see. Where is it? Okay, got it. Got it. All right, let me share this. All right, so you can probably see, not that, this. Okay, so you can see on your screen, I did a broadcast of my most recent messages with them had to do with this image that they showed me. And this image, they were showing me the in and out and the back and forth that goes on with twins, where this might be a time of union, this might be a time of integrating separately, et cetera, et cetera. And in a prolonged period of union, like you see down here on the lower left-hand part of your chart, wait, that's not what I meant to do. Hang on. Let me find my image again. In a prolonged period of union, what you have kind of going on sometimes is a little bit of back and forth and in and out. And this can last lifetimes. It can also last or just be a singular lifetime in which all of that happens. It doesn't have to last lifetimes per se. So what they were asking me to show you this. Let me go back to your question. Let's see. Right, back and forth, right, in the karmic. Okay, so what they're asking me to show you is that this is a fairly balanced and even path forward, right? In the separation periods, a level of discernment is needed, they're saying, because some people, they're saying, are choosing instead of allowing themselves to fully integrate the experience and fully sit in their intuition and amplify and grow their divine knowing in this period of time, some people take the experience of the abandonment, the dejection, the rejection, and the hopelessness just gets so loud that they want to they need something to dampen it. And then they move into another connection with another person from that energetic space, looking to turn the volume down on how loud the abandonment feels. And as such, what then ends up happening, instead of a nice, no one's is exactly balanced, right? What then happens is that instead, watch my cursor. You guys can see my cursor here. Instead of, one twin just kind of like do, and then kind of heading back toward the union, they're like all the way out here having a whole other experience, only to then find themselves heading back into it many years, many months, sometimes decades after uh, an opportunity for the two of them to come back together would have been made available, because they needed a break from the experience of being without their twin. They needed someone else to fill that void. So what they're telling me is that, okay, they're like, stop, now repeat after us. Okay, what is it? There is nothing wrong with choosing to be with someone else or inside of another connection. There is nothing wrong with choosing to go where love calls you. The part that becomes hard is when you do that from a place of believing in your own brokenness, in your own unlovability, and needing to prove that you are lovable or prove that you are wanted. Choosing to get in connections for that reason is not the same as coming into a connection with someone else, having come to peace and forgiveness and to a state of rest with what it is between you and your twin. What we mean by a state of rest is the ability to allow what's happening to happen without feeling a need to change it in any state or capacity, any way or capacity. Choosing to get into a relationship with another from that state of rest, from that state of self-love, from that state of presence and honoring the truth of your feelings is a beautiful gift, because now that vibration of unconditional love that you've had with your twin is now available for you to share with another human being. And as such, it also awakens them. Much of what we're seeing on the other side is a reactive response to a twin not being available. That reactivity and then moving into another relationship starts the process of shutting down intuition, shutting down truth, shutting down connection with self that had been grown. Those things shut down because the twin who makes that choice has reached their capacity to sit with so much pain. But it's in the sitting with the pain and processing it and moving it through that they are able to make choices that are in alignment with the truth of their heart. And that is all we ask, that you make relationship choices in alignment with the truth of your heart. If your heart is ready to love another and be with another, be with another. If your heart is not ready to do that, then do not do that. All that we ask is that you do not make yourself separate from yourself once you have awakened to unconditional love. Okay, let me see. Does that answer Beck's question? So does that mean the twin who might be single will then meet a soulmate to be with? And if you have been back and forth, they'll meet and stay with their soulmates or partners. The experience of honoring your truth and walking that path does formulate a type of awakening among your twin and allows them to do the same. When both twins are walking the path of honoring the truth of their hearts and their heart center, and they are not asking their heart center and their body to be in two different locations at the same time. When both twins are doing that, the opportunities to come back together are much, much more condensed in time. They happen more frequently, with more regularity, with greater elongation between the separations. Essentially, what we were asking of you is to step into a unified field of consciousness, to allow your heart and your mind to exist in the same place as your body. Okay, is there anything else on this? Yes. Okay, what else? We'd like you to know that this isn't applicable to all twins. In other cases, there are twins who are scheduled to have certain meetings with certain soulmates for certain lessons in a certain order in a certain time. In those cases, checkups or tune-ups with your twin in between those lessons is what facilitates the integration of those lessons. For those listening to this message, the intuiting partner will understand which is which for their journey. You will know if you have stepped into a connection out of fear or lack versus when you or your twin is stepping into a connection because there is something scheduled and destined here. The clarity comes when the grieving has stopped. But in order for the grieving to stop, there must be an amount of forgiveness that things are always going as they are meant to be going and cannot be other than what they are. This is compassion, and compassion lives in unconditional love. Okay, anything else? No, that is it at this time. All right, cool. Where are we at in time? So we've got about 2 minutes left. I'll take whatever the next question is, my loves, and then I've got to stop, but I just want to appreciate you one more time for being here with me. I'd like to thank my moderators, Blu-ray Starseed, Gemini Princess, Michelle P., Shauna Rama wasn't here tonight, Guided Intuition, Divine Love and Light Warrior, Woke Tribe. All of these incredible beings are wonderful conduits of unconditional love. I want to thank you for holding space for me this evening and for this audience this evening. I'm praying that all of you got something that supported you this evening. And that anything that confused you or created fear or disharmony within you, I ask that you release that in peace, and you continue your journey trusting your own intuition. Okay. I love you guys. Thank you for being here. Okay. Let's see. One last question. Let's see. Let me just look for something that hasn't been answered. Bex, yeah, it kind of looks like a DNA. Cool. Bex answers her own questions, stay in unconditional love. That is accurate. But hold on, let me just see. Love and truth operate in tandem, Bex, is what they're saying. Love them, yes. And sit with a permissive heart, a compassionate heart. But this is where it is imperative that you amplify truth, because as their mirror and you, them as your mirror, there isn't anything happening over there that's not also happening over here. And so they're reminding me of that image of me standing in the mirror with a hairbrush. And so they're saying if you see a hairbrush in your hand in the mirror, it's because you're holding a handbrush in your hair, or you're holding a hairbrush in your hand. If you see it in the mirror, it's because it's happening over here. And it might not be, they're saying, a direct reflection. It may be something slightly interpolated, the same way when you look through some glass, the image comes out reversed. They're saying what could be happening is that they may be doing certain things like that out of fear. And they're asking us to have a look internally to see what we may be doing out of fear, where we may be allowing certain connections in work or family to continue because we are afraid to align with our truth. And then they are saying that's where it becomes imperative, where unconditional self love aligns itself with self truth. The more you can align your life with your truth, the easier it becomes to stand in love with your twin. Okay, cool. Welcome. Kiwi Chicky, I'll ask them real quick for you. If there's a sign we're meant to be in permanent separation. Yeah, so guides, here's the thing, like what causes the anxiety is the not knowing. Especially for the intuiting twin, that's the piece that is like really hard for them, for all of us. So what do you have to say about the like, should they give up? Should they walk away? Should we stay in this? Should we fight for this? I feel like I'm getting the same response from my mom. When she gave me answers, I was just like, are you kidding me, mom? Here's what they're saying. As twins, you have a significant amount of free will in the way this unfolds. And what we ask of you, they're saying go back and listen to some of the beginning parts of this where I talked about, they had shared some things about bending timelines. What else did you guys share? Quickening and accelerating timelines. They shared about, what else did you guys share? Outcomes, God fractals, shifting outcomes, by being a divine reflection of the Creator. They talked about all of this earlier. This is not to say that you can make it all your way, but what we'd like you to understand is that you have more power and control over the way things unfold than you think. And it is not by changing anything that they are doing. It is simply by changing what is within that you have the opportunity to change what is without. It is all a reflection of what is inside, just as you are a reflection of what is in God's mind. You were created just as God, as a reflection of God. Therefore, your power to transform the unfoldment is much greater than you've given yourself credit for. What soul contracted for some will be understood by them, and they will know what is meant for them. What is unknown to you will be revealed to you as you continue to submit to your own truth. The more you submit to your own truth in every area of your life, and by submitting, we mean allowing the truth to be the truth simply because you love yourself enough to not ask the truth to be different. The more you submit to the truth, the more powerful you become, the more ability you have to transform the truth. Those of you who would be separate for the lifetime, as we have said, there is a knowing about that already inside of you. Those of you for whom there is much more free will and flexibility, there is a knowing of that inside of you. But this is about returning to your own divine knowing as reflections of God and allowing yourself to stand in love enough to honor the truth presented to you by them and the truth within you from yourself. All righty. That's all the questions for today that we're able to do. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate you guys being here. I appreciate also your patience and understanding as I got the words together. Sometimes they don't speak in simplified language, but I trust that what you caught was meant for you. And anything that you didn't, you can release it. You can trust it wasn't meant for you today. And that when it's right for you, it'll come back round. I love you guys so much. I send each of your twins so much love. And I pray for all of us that we are able to hold more of the love and allow it to be reflected in our lives. Have a great night, everyone. I'll see you later. Oh, if you want to win that Lightworker Oracle deck, you have 2 more days. I close the giveaway on Friday, and I'll announce the winner at some point before September 5th. I'll probably take the weekend off and then announce the weekend at some point next week. So feel free. The link is below the giveaway video, which I think is just before this video on the channel. Once again, thank you to the beautiful moderators. You've done an incredible job. Thank you for all of your prayers and holding this group in the light tonight. Sleep well, everyone. Good night.